This is the final in Cricket West Indies CG United Super 50 Cup. Barbados against Jamaica. Hello there, wherever you are. Welcome to the National Stadium at Providence in beautiful Guyana. Well, the scene has been set, the script written, and today the curtains come down with the clash of the giants. If I paint a picture for you, there overhead some dark clouds, but the ground is very dry and it's hard. The pitch is looking good from our vantage point, and surely we're expecting a cracker this morning. With me is my colleague commentator, Matthew Kisoon. Matthew, what are your expectations for today?
Look, we're expecting a great game. These are two top teams. They've been the two top teams throughout the tournament in the T20 Blast and now in the Super 50 Cup. One would expect an enthralling battle, a great contest out there. Both sides have got good experience in their top players, and one would expect a cracker today.
Well, the pitch has always been a focal point of discussion by spectators, captains, players, and you name them. Our man in the middle there is the former West Indian off-spinner Clyde Butts, and no better man we can have in the middle. And Clyde will give us his match report, his pitch report rather.
Morning, and welcome to this pitch report. As you look at the pitch, it's actually quite green. Yes, there's some cracks around the place, but I don't think those would cause any problems on this pitch today. I think earlier on the seamers will get the ball to move about a little, but I don't think it will be much. But it's nice tinge of green on this pitch, and the seamers will have their chance. When the spinner's time comes, I think the ball will spin and bounce a little. Not that much, but you will get that sort of bounce and spin. And when you think about the overcast conditions, I think the ball will swing about and it will cause some problems to the early batters. But I think once you can weather that, it's going to be good for batting.
The conditions here at Providence and the analysis done by Clyde Butts. How do you think the captains might be thinking if any one of them win the toss? What you think they might do?
Well, I think whoever wins the toss, with the conditions out there, the sunshine is there, it's a hard pitch, and I want to believe that whoever wins the toss, it might be a good opportunity for them to bat. But on the other hand, the side bowling will be at an advantage as well, because you saw the other day what Ali Allen did for Barbados against Trinidad. So it's a balanced situation, but maybe whoever wins the toss should probably have a bat. You never can tell.
Yeah, so the tinge of green and the pitch is going to hold up, and the overcast condition, the toss is very important. So we take you across to our man in the middle there, John Ramsing, who is with the two captains.
I'm not swimming already.
But here does look a bit dry, so was hoping that we can have a bat today, but at the same time we got to do both, so just about going out there and executing our plans really well with the ball now.
Any changes to that semi-final team?
No, same team as in the semis.
And what would be a good total you think you want to restrict Jamaica to?
I think if we can get them anywhere under 150, that would be really good for us. Obviously the sun's out at the moment, so yeah, just hope we can go out there, execute our plans, and keep them under that 150 mark that we can chase.
So that's the news from the middle, with Jamaica winning the toss and deciding they're going to take for a strike. Haley Matthews said if she won the toss, she would have been batting first too. Your thought on the decision?
Not surprising at all, but you look at the Jamaica batting lineup, a lot will depend on McLean, Williams and Taylor at the top, and then you've got Chanel Henry, who has done very well with the bat indeed. So one would expect good starts from them. Taylor with a lot of experience, very crafty player, and the captain of the West Indies senior women's side as well. Excellent work by the Jamaicans to decide to have won the toss and bat. On the other hand, Barbados will have a lot of work to do, but it will depend a lot on the informed Alia Allen, and of course, Haley Matthews, the captain. They demoralized Trinidad the other day, removing 7 wickets for 18 runs at the top, and certainly they would want to perform well with ball in hand. But all in all, an excellent decision made by Jamaica to bat first.
So we have updated you with the pitch and we have updated you with the toss as well. Our commentators are up in the studio there, and surely we're looking forward for exciting commentaries and exciting cricket. We go across to John Ramsing and Clyde Butts.
Thank you very much, Inderjeet and Matthew Kisoon, the good pastor. Yes, we're ready with the excitement. We've waited a long time for this one. It's the big one. Jamaica and defending champions Barbados Women's Super 50 Cup final, the CG United Super 50 Cup 2022. Shanika Bruce will begin from the northern end of the ground in familiar fashion. On strike could be a new opening batter, Kenisha Ferron. In fact, no, that's Rashada Williams. Rashada Williams taking first strike. In beautiful conditions. Good morning once again, Clyde Butts.
Good morning to you, John Ramsing. Yes, it's nice conditions at the moment because it's cool and so on, but there's some dark clouds on your right to the east as we look out to the ground. I'm sure they're going to stay away though because we want some good cricket today. Bruce again bowling. Now in swing, she was looking to flick it away to the left side and got it just past slip, and that was a full toss. So she would have said, I'm sure she will be thinking there that she missed out on a boundary. That was a full delivery. She was looking to hit it way to mid-wicket. Got the outside edge, just went to the right for a slip.
Looking for a very full ball, you may want to think, Shanika Bruce. But we're seeing a new opener, Kenisha Ferron. We haven't seen Natasha McLean, which was the case in the semi-final as well, when Jamaica defeated Guyana. So both teams earning their right to be in the final today, the big one.
And we would say it's the two best teams.
Oh, by far, by far. So we've seen exciting cricket throughout the season.
Bruce has started where she left off from the semi-finals. She's already bowled 2 wides. That's a little disappointing for me because when you look at the way she bowled in the T20 and earlier on in the 50 overs, she had good control, bowling good areas, and had most of the batters struggling to play because she does bowl that big in swing and delivering.
Appeal early on. Question asked of umpire Shannon Crawford. Not out given. So Shannon Crawford, the Guyanese umpire, and Jacqueline Williams, the Jamaican, the lone female umpire in this tournament, are the officiating umpires for this one. Lyndon Rajkumar, the Trinidad and Tobago umpire, is the standby. Another appeal, half-hearted. In your pitch report, Clyde, you mentioned some assistance early on for the seamers. Is there any preparation moisture in that pitch?
No, it's actually fairly dry. And I think the ground staff has to be given credit for that when you're thinking that they're playing on other pitches not too far by the pit. They've been unable to work on the pitch during most of this. Is a full toss and it's swung away down to deep backward square. It's going to go into the boundary, 4 runs. Good looking shot. A bad delivery.
Yeah, very full delivery again, and this time she just got bat onto it. Good connection made and got the boundary, early boundary. So that's the first of the day, first boundary of the bat, and the total racing away to 7. Yes, that pitch.
Yeah, I don't think it has any problem. There is some green, there's some cracks, yeah, but they're not wide. There's big cracks. So when I say big cracks, I mean the pitch of itself is not what we're accustomed to seeing in Guyana, where they have these little small cracks. They're huge cracks, but the actual cracks are small. So it's a big piece of earth, and then those small little cracks that are running across. In years gone by, it used to be small little pieces coming out of the pitch. I don't think you'll see that now on this pitch. It's a nice square. It's a lovely pitch for cricket. And I think we should see a decent score in this game. And we have been saying that for some time, but we haven't seen it. But certainly, I think we'll see some good cricket in this game if the weather allows us.
As soon as you mentioned the weather, Clyde, you're seeing the ground staff getting ready with their covers.
And I was just talking to my brother from Myconia, and he says it's raining up in that area.
Oh boy. So, in the meantime, before the weather, we'll be having Ali Allen coming through. First over, 7 runs coming off. We haven't seen Natasha McLean, but she's slated to come. She's slated in the lineup, but just not opening.
In the last game as well, she didn't open, and she didn't bat. They had 4 players batting, and she didn't bat. Maybe it's a case where they're thinking about her playing the spinner, and in the captain Haley Matthews. I'm not sure what the thinking is, but the nation is not playing as well, so that would put a little bit of a dent in the Jamaica middle order, isn't it?
So Shitty Nation, Jodianne Brown and Selena White missing out today. Jamaica team as Ali Allen starts her first over, and she's coming from the southern end of the ground, the Players Pavilion end. Rashada Williams is on strike. Stephanie Taylor, Rashada Williams, Tamika Sanford, Natasha McLean, Jodianne Morgan, Vanessa Watts, Kenisha Ferron, Nisha Ann Waysam, Chanel Henry, Jerona Walcott, and Corinne Howell. They're playing 11 for Jamaica. Very full delivery appeal. That could have been very close. Might have had some bat on that one. And they're playing 11 for Barbados, the defending champions in this final. Haley Matthews, Shakira Selman, Alia Allen, Shanika Bruce, Shea Carrington, Shantae Carrington, Trishan Holder, Kaishana Knight, Alyssa Scantlebury, and Alia Williams. So both teams unchanged from their semi-final matches, looking to go with the old adage, not changing a winning team.
I think both teams in a way may have been forced to do that and not have changed, because Shamila Connell from Barbados has not been fit for a little while and unable to play, and I think, Chadi Nation didn't play in the last game either, but I think she as well has some sort of an injury and was unable to play. And I think that those are 2 forced errors. I'm sure both teams would have liked to have those persons in their team, especially Jamaica in terms of their batting.
So it's gotten much brighter than the start of the over. Inside edge, but this is good bowling from Allen, full and straight.
I think what Allen is doing is she's actually getting the ball to in swing. In swing, we did see one delivery earlier on in the over that swung and hit her on the pad, but it was going down the leg side, and that's last delivery again. Just coming back into the right hand, it was well pitched up, it was in good area as well. And I think that edge, that little inside edge may have saved her on this occasion.
Appeal again.
This must be close.
This one is given. A very good over from Ali Allen. 5 dot balls. 2 times she hit the pad. Maybe inside edges would have saved Rashada Williams. This time, a bit shorter. Ball also hitting the pad. And we can have a second look at it, Clyde Butts.
I think what happened here, she pulled back the length a little, and it actually skidded on a little quicker to the batter, who was probably instead of looking to probably play a little straight, just played across the delivery a little. It skidded on nicely, and I think that would have hit middle stump halfway up.
Yes. So a wicket maiden, well bowled. You can tell that she was under some amount of pressure. The batter, Rashada Williams, and eventually missed a full one, and like you said, hitting middle stump. So as we speak with you, the covers are being summoned as the new batter was making her way into the middle. She was sent back by the umpires, and the covers are called on. So after 2 overs, Jamaica winning the toss and batting, 7 for the loss of 1. But at Providence at the moment, it's rain. It looks like if it's going to be a not so long shower.
Well, I'll take your advice on that one. You know the weather conditions better than most around this part here. So if you say we'll not have a long break, I'll take that from you.
All right, so that's the latest position here at Providence, where we bring it to you the final of the CG United Women's Super 50 Cup. Barbados, the defending champions, against Jamaica. Jamaica won the toss and are batting first, but after 2 overs, rains came. So we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll have some more action for you on the other side. In the meantime, Jamaica 7 for 1, winning the toss and batting first. We'll be back. So welcome back to Providence. And once again, we bring you the news that we have some action ahead of you. We're about to resume with Jamaica batting first after winning the toss, 7 for the loss of 1. 2 overs completed. That's going to be Shanika Bruce to continue. And she's going to be bowling to one of the openers that is still there, Kenisha Ferron. I'm just joining Ferron. Is in number 3. So Jamaica winning the toss and opting to bat first. But after 2 overs, the rain sent everyone back in the pavilion. And now we are about to resume with the action. The new batter in the meantime is in the middle. And her name is Jodianne Morgan. As we welcome back Clyde Butts.
Good day to you again, John. We're back. We've had 1 delivery. This has been bowled since we've been out. Just slightly short of a length. Batter going back for on and just pushing it out on the onside. This time she's coming forward. There's a shout, but it was obviously going down the leg side as she was looking to just play that ball out on the onside. But the weather does not look great though, John. It still seems to me like we are going to get some rain. There's a lot of cloud cover away to the east. That's where we normally say the rain comes from. Good delivery. Bringing her onto the front foot, pushing it out back to the bowler. And I noticed that Bruce is actually bowling slower than she normally bowls. Obviously, trying to negate those wides that we have seen her bowl in the last game, and she's already bowled 2 in this game.
Corey Collymore, head coach in the Barbados camp, most likely would have had a word or two with his fast bowler. You know, Collymore was a stickler for line and length.
Well, he was trying to get me involved in it just now as I was passing him with Bruce, trying to tell him, you know, what? And I was saying, no, she's done a really good job for your team. Just that last game where she didn't bowl that well, and maybe this game here she's just going to come back online. And that's sort of the link that we did see her bowl, especially in the T20. I think she was very impressive, and I'm sure she's knocking at that door where the T20 is concerned.
Ferron playing around her pad, and that's the end of the first over after a short break for rain. It's a maiden, so Bruce 2 overs, none for 7. Jamaica 7 for 1 after 3.
Well, that's a much better over from Bruce. But a little slower, like I said, she's bowling, but she's trying to get that control. Maybe as the next over, we'll see her trying to bend her back a little bit more to try and get a little bit more pace off in the air to make sure that when the ball swings, that the batters are not able to pick it up that easily. Aline, we're coming to the attack, who before the rain break had bowled 1 over maiden and had taken a wicket as well. She has bowled well. She bowled really well in the semi-finals. And I think Barbados expect her here again to do that sort of job. And that first over, she certainly did, because she got the ball to swing in and 1 or 2 to straighten to the right-handers.
Both Aline and Bruce picking up 6 wickets in the tournament so far. The CG United Women's Super 50. But Aline has a slightly better economy rate, 4.12, as opposed to Bruce, 5.17. And she's averaging 11 as well, as opposed to 17.
I think what I like about her is that she swings the ball, and earlier on in any innings, if you got somebody who can pick up wickets, I think that puts pressure on the opposition. And that's what she has been doing for Barbados throughout the 2 tournaments, the Super 50 and the T20 Blast. So she has done her job. She's done her quota. Aline, a little quicker. Bowled some outswing as well, Aline. and she does hit the deck a little harder, but I think what I like about her is that she keeps the ball up to the batters.
And I'll tell you what, any batter at the start of their innings would like to have a few balls to assess the conditions, but when you always get in that ball on your bat, pressure immediately.
Yes, I agree with you. And I remember playing for West Indies once in Pakistan, and Viv Richards brought her attention to something. When Javed Miandad comes into the wicket, it's just bouncing a little too high, I think, as she was going back. Again, that skidding delivery from Allen, batter going on off the back foot, but the pressure, the skidding delivery, putting a lot of pressure on those batters. As you see that, just that bounce, and it came back a little as well. So well bowled again from Allen. Yeah, and he was saying to us, try and bowl him as straight as you possibly can, because when he comes out, he like to see the ball, he like to watch the ball, and normally he would watch the ball go into the wicketkeeper gloves. We watch the ball go into the wicketkeeper gloves, and as the ball is going back to the bowler, his eyes is glued to that little ball. He never takes his eyes off of it until he's settled in. So he's getting accustomed to that 5.5 ounce red ball. So a lot of batters have different way. Batters and batsmen, they have a different way at doing their things when they get out in the pitched up, driven through extra cover. That's 4 runs. That's a good, lovely looking shot, as that was pitched up, probably going for the Yorker, going to see if she would get the outswing. Morgan was equal to the task. I don't think there was a great amount of foot movement, but she certainly hit it well through extra cover for 4 runs, and that would give her some confidence.
So 4 runs to end the over, 11 for 1. Jamaica batting first.
And my good friends on the ground staff are gathering next to the covers again.
Earlier I said, with that shower that came after 2 overs, we will be off for a short time. It did not last long. We came back very quickly. But I'm telling you, Clyde Butts, if this one comes here now, we'll be off for a long time.
Well, I'll leave that one up to you, John.
Before you not to.
The rain has been falling very funny of late. And we just have to be careful. Well, I don't know if you can be careful with rain, because when it comes, it has to do its job.
Yeah.
But look at Aline. She's a fast bowler, and she feels at backward point. For most of the games, that has been her position. And she's done a great job in the field as well. That should have been a single. Delivery going down the leg side. Ruppin on the pad was going down to fine leg. The backward square had to come around. I think those are the things that Jamaica will have to improve on in this game. I know you're watching the rain.
Yes, I am. Yeah. You know, strange enough, yesterday when we left the National Stadium, I left a bit later than the players and everyone else. I left in extremely good weather, but when I got home, which is about 8 kilometers from here, the weather changed in about 1 hour and it was raining. So I took my daughter to the Brazilian embassy for that June festival that they usually have. It's the first time since the pandemic. It was quite a festival, but heading all the way on this bank of the Emerald, heading to Georgetown, it was a storm. When we got to Georgetown, it was dry. Yes. Strange
weather pattern we've had of late.
As you can see clearly, that's where the rains would come from, above that scoreboard. And it's drizzling at the moment at Providence. We can see umpire Shannon Crawford looking anxiously to his right and looking across to the ground staff, ensuring that they're in position for when he is ready for them. Still in the 5th over, Jamaica winning the toss and having a bat. Booming drive, almost carrying to hand as the bowler was running through. But that's the end of the 5th over. Bruce has bowled 3, none for 8. Jamaica 12 for 1 after 5.
And obviously, Barbados realizing that the rain is going to come, they're changing around quickly as well. Obviously, they want a game to be played. They want a game to be played. 20 overs constitutes a game. And obviously, they're thinking, well, if we can get in as much overs as possible now, and whatever time left, if the rain comes, we'll be ready for cricket as well.
Oh, it's not looking good at all. As we look to the east, they say the wise come from the east. Yeah, the rain certainly doing its part for the farmers, but too much of rain is something else. Alain continues. So Alain had a good second over, almost had a maiden, but the last ball of her second over was full and on the off stump. And Jodianne Morgan played a beautiful cover drive. We haven't seen a lot of Morgan this season, Clydie.
No, I think Jamaica has really relied on those first five batters that they have had, and they have done a good job for them as well. But Morgan, I think she's played one or two little cameos down at the bottom, but now getting the chance to bat at number 3. And Stephanie Taylor, who comes next, obviously thinking, well, seeing that Nation is not playing, we need that little cover to ensure we bat out those 50 overs and put a good score on the board.
The best batter for Jamaica this season is the Super 50. Rashada Williams with 84 runs before this match is already dismissed. Just a single in today's final. And then the next best is Stephanie Taylor with 49 runs still to come. We've had low scores. You will not find individual scores being that huge, but Hayley Matthews, 168 from 3 innings with an average of 84, stands tall.
I think she is no doubt the outstanding player. with bat, and she's bowled well in the tournament. She's catched well and fielded well as well. So this is pushed out on the offside, coming forward again. And maybe here's where Alain probably just can pull her length back a little. I think, yes, she's been successful with deliveries that has been pitched up and has been full. But that length sometimes, when you look at some of the players, and you just need to adjust that and pull back a fraction.
See the batter trying to hide her batting grip from the little drizzles. And I think the umpires will call on the covers. It's a maiden over from Alia Alain. She's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 4. And yes, Jacqueline Williams signaling to the ground staff to come on. 6 overs gone, 12 for 1, and more rain at the National Stadium at Providence.
Yes, John, and you call it. Whether it would last long, because as we speak, I think it's just beginning to lift a little. But, you know, like we said all the time, you never can tell with the weather how it's gonna go. So we'll just have to wait and see.
So we've lost a few minutes already because of that short stoppage earlier. But overs will begin to reduce after 1 hour of play would have been lost. So far, still full 50, but we have another interruption for rain. As soon as we have more play, we will be back at the National Stadium. So please pray for us, pray for this final. Jamaica against defending champions Barbados. This is CG United Women's Super 50 Cup from Providence. We will be back with more action, hopefully soon.
Hello once again. Welcome to a sunlit afternoon here at the National Stadium in Providence. Just a little bit of dark clouds continue to hover, but the news is a good one in this CWI-CG United Super 50 Cup finals between Barbados and Jamaica, that the match is about to restart. The umpires, the players are out in the middle, and the two batters, they're making their way out. Rain stopped play on two occasions, at 9:39, then at 10:11. In that time, Jamaica, they have been reduced to 1 for 12. They lost the wicket of Rashada Williams, who was LBW, to Aliyah Williams. The score was then on 7 in the second over. So over number 7 is about to be started, and it's going to be Bruce to continue the bowling from that end. With me once again is Pastor Matthew Kisoon. Hello to you, Pastor. Good to see that we are having some play. The match has now been reduced to 26 overs aside.
Yes, certainly a good news for everyone around the Caribbean and the world at large, especially these two big countries in terms of their girls playing cricket, Jamaica and Barbados, that we will have a 26 over per side game now. A little bit of a disadvantage for Jamaica, who would have batted 6 overs already before the rains came, the second interruption, as the first ball is pushed into the offside over by Bruce, over number 7, and there is no run, 12 for 1, but a little bit of a disadvantage because Jamaica just 12 for 1 after 6. Had they known, and that's the thing about cricket, had they known that they would have had to play a 26 over side game from the start, it would have been different, a different score. But that's what the game is all about.
Yes, so that's a wide. Jodie Ann Morgan, she's on 4. And Kenisha Ferron, she's on 5. Jamaica, they'll be looking to build a partnership here now. It's very, very vital. It has almost brought the scenario down like a T20.
It has, because Jamaica will now have to bat 20 overs because they've batted 6 already. That's a Yorker length delivery on the line of the off stump and squeezed out down to third man where Shante Carrington is. Two pairs of twins playing in the Barbados side, and they get a single. But just before the rains came, Jodie Ann Morgan played a lovely cover drive for 4. It was a beautiful stroke off the back foot and smashed it through the covers. And the thing is, she's been sent up the order to bat, and Jamaica holding back a bit on both Taylor and McLean.
This is turned down the leg side, down towards a fine leg. And the score will move on by 1. But what I think Bruce is trying to do here, she's pitching the ball right up, and her ace delivery will be one that is short of a good length that will cut back into the right-handers. And she has bowled that with devastating consequences in this tournament. We have to look out for that one, especially the batter. Like this one here, but a little bit too short. Giving the right-handed Morgan the time to get in behind the length of it. But she has to be careful with that one. That's going to pitch a little bit closer to her and cutting back.
Look, she's had a good series in the T20 Blast, leading wicket taker, and then picked up some valuable scalps as well in this 50 over Blast. Super 50 over, beg your pardon, wide down the leg side. But her last 2 games before this, she was a little bit off the radar, as we would say, and I'm sure that she would want to make amends in this finals here now.
Yes, she was finding it difficult to control the off-cutters, and that was because she was bowling down the wrong line. Once again, heading down the leg side, it's going to be called another wide. Too short, and with the movement she's getting, it's heading further down the leg side. What she needs to do here, Matthew, is to pitch the ball a little closer to the batter, outside the line of the off stump. When you have those big leg cutters going for you, you want to ensure you pitch it just outside the off stump. And that's hit over mid-on, out towards the boundary. That's a fine looking shot by Jodie Ann Morgan. Tossed up the wrong line and smashed over mid-on for a boundary.
I think they've both got to go now, because if you look at just 19.2 overs left in their innings, and you've got McLean, the big hitter.
And you look there on the replay, tossed up in line with the leg stump. No worries at all there, and getting the boundary. Driven on the offside of the pitch and away to the boundary for 4. It was on the half volley, and Morgan is not going to mess around with those. And Bruce roughed up. 7 overs gone. Jamaica winning the toss and batting. They're 17 for 1.
Right, not the right way to end your over. You were talking about Shanika Bruce and the fact that she struggled in the 2 previous matches, but with 21 for 1, in fact 25 for 1, I make it up to 7. Morgan there sent up the order to really force the bowlers out of the attack by hitting boundaries, and 2 consecutive boundaries there, shown that she's a powerful hit of the ball. She can bat, and now it's left up to her to set the pace. They've both got to go hard at it now, because with 19 overs left in their innings, and with that current run rate just going up a bit now, 3.57, the projected score is 93. They should get more than that, but one must take cognizance of the fact that Alia Allen has been in devastating form for Barbados, and from the very end that she picked up the first 4 Guyanese wickets in that second semi-final, she's gonna bowl eventually from that end. But we have a change in bowling now in Alia Williams.
Yes, and this is nicely steered over the top of cover, and they will pick up the single. So she too started bowling a little bit too short. So if you've just joined the broadcast, wherever you are, let me remind you that Jamaica won the toss and decided to take first strike. Rain came at 9:39 hours, put a dent on play then. They restarted at 10 a.m. At that stage, Jamaica were able to get a 12 for 1. Then rain again intervened at 11 minutes after the hour of 10 o'clock. Good to see we're having sunshine and cricket. This is in the air. Will the catch be taken? Taken there and brilliantly judged too. That's magnificent. And what a find. That's Shante Carrington. I'll just get that right for you in a moment. Shante Carrington, brilliant. And we certainly will look at that on the replay. What a catch. We're looking at what is happening at the moment. She went after it from outside the off stump. It hung in the air for a long time. And Shante Carrington, coming away from the boundary, took the catch, had to judge her fall, and lost the cap, and then got the ball out of the hands in delight. And Jamaica pegged back. They're 29 for the loss of 2.
That's brilliant. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from, is this Shy?
Yes, Shy
right.
Carrington.
So that's Shy who took that catch. Now, when she took that catch on the long on boundary and she fell over with ball in hand, she did not touch the boundary. That's excellent feeling. That's what you want from someone in the deep. So she has to be a specialist feeler out there, because she tends to feel here, and Shante tends to feel at the mid-wicket, mid-on area. So she has to be a specialist fielder in that area. And what a catch it was. Ball hit high in the air by Morgan, again looking for the big shot. As we see the captain coming out now, Stephanie Taylor, that will depend on her. But what a wonderful wicket for Barbados to have picked up, all because of good bowling and wonderful feeling. So the overall effort has been exceptional so far by Barbados.
Yes, and Shay Carrington's awareness level was 100%. When she took the catch, she had to ensure she didn't touch the ropes, and did that well. So Stephanie Taylor is out in the middle, takes her first delivery, sweetly driven down towards wide mid-off, and there is no run. So they have to rebuild the innings from here on, Jamaica. As far as the runs is concerned, that shouldn't be too much of a bother at this stage, but they've lost 2 wickets.
And I think with Jamaica should be calm with Taylor out there now. If she goes cheaply, well, there'll be panic in the camp. Just Natasha McLean to come. And then you look at the other hitters down the line. Chanel Henry is very good with the bat. And so they've got her in the armory as well. A very good batting all-rounder. Well, a good all-rounder, generally speaking. Someone said they won't deem her a batting or bowling all-rounder, but generally a wonderful all-rounder to come so she can bat.
That's lovely, flicked off the front foot, out through forward square, out towards the boundary, and we'll get to the ropes now. That's all timing and great placement. Brings Taylor a boundary. She's off the mark in fantastic fashion. Jamaica now 30 for the loss of 2.
If she stays there, she'll ensure that Jamaica get up to a very competitive total. We're looking at 26 overs. 4 bowlers can bowl 5, 1 can bowl 6. So there are restrictions now. Some bowlers cannot bowl beyond a certain amount of overs.
Oh, that's beaten outside the line of the off stump, and appeal for a catch at the wicket. And that was well bowled by Aliyah Williams. Let's look at it on the replay now. Tight line and comprehensively beaten as it cut away from the right-hander. 8 overs gone. Jamaica 30 for the loss of 2. This is CG United Super 50 Cup from Providence.
Had the Jamaican experienced captain pushing at a beautiful off-cutter. That's brilliant bowling, and that's what Aliyah Allen does as well. But what Aliyah does as well, she gets the ball to come back in to you, right, to the right-handers. So this time, what Williams did, she got the ball to move away from the right-hander, and she pushed it, beating all ends up. That's what you've got to do with Stephanie Taylor. You've got to put her under pressure.
Yes, Bruce will have to get it right in this over. Too many wide deliveries. And that was well bowled, and she bobbles the catch. That should have been taken there as Kenisha Ferron was looking to come on the front foot, looking for the drive. It went into the hands of Bruce, and she took it around the chest area, bobbled it, and it went behind her. She couldn't get to it. That's a lucky escape for Ferron.
Yeah, left shoulder, both hands, but then it popped behind her. Second attempt. Good effort by the young lady. Shanika Bruce, it came back very hard at her. Nicely driven, but straight to Bruce, who didn't hold on. Good effort.
That's a delivery that was targeting the middle and the leg. She manages to squeeze it away from the stumps and get a single 2. So much better line deliveries here by Bruce. However, her target will be just outside the off stump, as close as possible to the off stump, with her ability to bring the ball back. And Taylor is the one now in strike. So this should be a good battle. Well bowled. That's a Yorker, and well played too by Stephanie Taylor.
Consecutive Yorkers, one on the middle stump, the previous one on the leg stump that she got down to Trisha and Holder for a single. But that's the thing about Barbados. Even if they don't score a lot of runs, they've got bowling to defend small totals. And so far, for my money, advantage Barbados. So far.
Now this is a wayward delivery, way outside the line of the off stump, almost bowling it out of the pitch area, and Bruce continues to struggle with her line and her length. And looking at the pitch there, Matthew Clyde did mention this morning with his pitch report that tinge of greenery, the pitch is going to hold its own and play well. And so far, no worries. Flicked away, through mid-wicket, out towards the boundary for 4. That's a top-class shot by Stephanie Taylor, and brings another boundary to Jamaica. They're now to 36 for the loss of 2. As we watch it on the replay, looks as though it would have been a full toss. We shall see.
Yes, it was a full toss, and you don't miss out on those. Stephanie Taylor would never miss out on that. That was a gift to her. And if you're going to bowl like that to the captain, who's very experienced, well, you can't bowl like that to her at all.
And once again, that was heading down the leg side. It was short of a good length, made some height off the pitch, but gave Taylor the opportunity to ride it well. Nice, wristy shot down towards backward square. So after the boundary, they score the single. This is a good strategy, great rotation of the strike by the Jamaicans.
Yeah, and good balance in the two sides, of course. Good experience in a number of their players who would have played for the West Indies as well. So they've got experience out there, and that will come into play now as 9 overs have been completed here at the National Stadium at Providence. This is the big finals, the CG United Super Cup 50. Jamaica winning the toss and batting 37 for 2. But you look at the two sides and you see experience. Stephanie Taylor, 145 ODIs, Natasha McLean, 30 ODIs. Nation, who's not in this side, maybe has picked up a bit of an injury, 59 ODIs, and Vanessa Watts would have played one. And Chanel Henry, 31 ODIs. You look at Barbados, they've got experience at the top as well. The Knight sisters would have played for the West Indies. Kaisia, 84 ODIs, 69 to Haley Matthews, and 47 ODIs to Kishonna Knight. So experience there at the top for Barbados as well. So to my mind, both teams reasonably balanced. And why not? To be in the final as the two better teams.
And that's the reason why they're in the final, because they've played the better cricket. They played unbeaten in the preliminaries. They won their semi-finals convincingly. And you're absolutely correct with that. Lots of experience and lots of talent on both teams.
You look at the bowling as well. Selman, she's in the side, 95 ODIs for West Indies women. Alia Allen, who we haven't seen as yet, did she bowl an over? No. She bowled 3 overs, in fact. Well, according to the scoreboard, that's driven, nice shot. Fielder comes across it mid-off. Feels well, they get a single, and that's Alia Allen that I'm talking about. She's played 15 ODIs, Selma 95. So the experience is there, even in the bowling department, because you've also got Haley Matthews, who bowled well, picked up 3 Guyanese wickets. In fact, when the side were rocked back and bowled out for 23. So it says, in fact, that's against Trinidad. She picked up 3, and of course, Alia Allen the first 4, when they had them rocked back at 18 for 7.
Now that's a good delivery, short of a good length, pitched on middle stump and moved away outside the line of the off stump, but played well, and they got this single. I thought you were asking me if Alia Alain had a bowl after the resumption. She did start it this morning from the bottom end with 3 overs.
Right, she picked up that wicket. Williams, who's been a little bit consistent for Jamaica at the top, the vice captain, picked her up cheaply for 1. It was 7 for 1 in the second over, when the second over was completed. But they're going to keep her back a bit for the latter part of the innings, because she's a key bowler. She swings the ball into the right-hander and also away from the right-hander. So she's excellent.
And just straying a little down the leg side here, but generally, Alia Williams has bowled particularly well. She has been very disciplined, bowled well within her limitations, and she too can move the ball around. And this is the strength of the Barbados team outside their batters. The good seam bowling attack, complemented by ace spin by Haley Matthews.
Yes, I consider a very promising bowler for Barbados. Yorker length, dug out nicely.
That was beautifully bowled, Matthew, right on target and dropping down at the last moment. The kind of Yorker can puzzle the batters. It was just not a Yorker, it was that Yorker that dropped at the last moment.
Keep her in check. Keep the Jamaican captain in check. Keep her tame. That's what Yorker length deliveries can do when they're on target. Now look at that. Beautiful cut shot out towards the backward point boundary. And look at the fielding moving to her left. Out there is Selman, I make it. And they come back for 2. Good work by the experienced fast bowler, but a lovely looking shot to end the over. 10 gone, 4-3 for 2. Do not give Taylor those opportunities. The witch is going to put you away. She's a touch player and a class player. 12 from 12, Ferron 9 from 26. They need these 2 to give them further impetus to give a good score for Jamaica.
So 10 overs gone. Jamaica 43 for the loss of 2. They're scoring at 4.3 runs an over. 16 overs remaining, and that's because the match has been reduced to 26 overs aside. And a good partnership building up between these 2, Ferron and Taylor. And because of what has happened so far, Haley Matthews, she has brought herself into the bowling attack. So for the first time, we are seeing spin. And we know that her off-spinners, you know, have brought her wickets in this tournament. And she's a very good one as well.
78 ODI wickets under her belt, playing for the West Indies, a young 24-year-old, tremendous talent, very gifted, a class player. And she has this way of picking up wickets, coming in, getting breakthroughs, picking up a wicket or two here and there with her steady off spin.
And she's one of them who is not afraid at all to flight the ball. Just make the batter look up and allow the pitch to do its thing. That's a quicker delivery. Making some height too. And you could see her there wringing the shoulders, Matthew, and then trying to give it the tweak with the fingers. She gets the power from the shoulder and the spin from the fingers across the seam there. Well, there was a shout for catch it as the ball lobbed into the air. Might have had some bat on that one. Certain we might very well have a little replay to see what happened.
Yeah, Ali, she got it leading edge in the air, not in control of the shot. Both Shante Carrington, no, sorry, that's Scantlebury and Ali Allen came in, but the ball dropped in front of them in the short cover area.
And that ball hung in the air for a long while.
It did, not in control at all. Kanisha Ferron looking for a big shot there. But that's how Matthews can deceive you with her variety. And really, I think West Indies women's cricket need another 3 of her at least to make West Indies side very strong.
Now this is good bowling here from Hayley Matthews. Right on target and a good start from her. Have kept them quiet so far. Just 2 runs coming off her first 4 deliveries. And this is the job of the off spinner here.
Intense battle between these 2 captains now, captain to captain. Heavy warfare going on out there. The minds at war, mindset. That's what cricket is all about. Good to see it amongst the ladies. That's what you want. Look at that field setting for you. Long leg, mid-wicket on the boundary, long on the trap set.
And that was a short delivery. The first time she has been short in this over and tucked round the corner down through mid-wicket for a single. So 11 overs gone. At the end of 11, Ferron is on 10. Taylor has 13. Jamaica, they're 45 for 2. This is CG United Super 50 Cup from Providence.
The projected score 106 at the rate they're going 4.09. No way. Jamaica would want to get much more. When you look at that blistering knock from Kishona Knight the other day, 49, 7-4s, 1-6, when she was unbeaten along with her captain who got 53 when they beat Trinidad by 9 wickets. That is batting at its best.
This is bang, straight back passer, down under the commentary box for 4 runs. That was a ferocious straight drive by Stephanie Taylor. It's 49 for the loss of 2. What a fine cricketing shot as we watch it on the replay here. Pitched up, full-blooded drive, lots of power, Aki and Salfish.
Yeah, middle and leg stump line on that occasion. Intelligent stuff. Check the shot this time. Just turned it away to mid-wicket straight, where Hayley Matthews is no run. But Alia Williams, good promising young fast bowler for Barbados. I like her rhythmic approach. Looks very athletic. Let's watch her.
That's beautifully eased off the front foot, beating the backward point and the third man, and away to the wide third man boundary for 4. That's classy, and coming from the bat of Stephanie Taylor, who's showing tremendous confidence here. Lovely looking, flowing offside drive, just opening the face on impact. 53 for 2, so the 50 has come up for Jamaica.
The length was good for Taylor and the width as well. Now, if you give Taylor a chance here, Jamaica they're gonna get a good total if you give her a chance.
And not only giving her a chance, is that Taylor can take her chances herself. And, you know, she knows when to take the risk. She knows when a bad ball come on. The thing is, she has gotten a start. She's on 21. She would not like to squander that, because this team depends on this.
A little bit wide on that occasion. Taylor very watchful. Didn't offer a shot. She's not going to yield to every temptation. She's a good controlled batter. She knows how to craft her way to good totals. 21 from 19. She's going over a runner ball.
And that's a full toss and crashed away down through wide mid-off. And they'll scamper the second. It's a yes-no. But the return came to the wrong end. A stiffer return to the keeper's end would have seen maybe Taylor in some problem there. Nevertheless, they survived. They got the single, 55 for 2.
Looking to push it on, Stephanie Taylor. Nicely driven down to Ali Allen, who moved nicely to her left. She's a good all-round cricketer.
And you see her there holding her head as that ball cannoned into the pads of Ferron. And in fact, didn't touch the pad at all. The umpire signaling by. 12 overs gone. It's 55 for the loss of 2. This is CG United Super 50 Cup from Providence.
Yes, a full-length delivery there that she missed, and then also beat the keeper, went behind her. They picked up the single. But Taylor, as you said, has got a start. 22 from 20. Ferron is there, still there. 10 from 30. But she'll need to improve those stats there and make it better from a Jamaican standpoint. The 50 coming up, so 56 for 2. 12 overs gone from 26 overs. That projected score of 121, they should get more than that, for sure, because you've still got Natasha McLean to come.
Yes, certainly. And Natasha is a powerful hitter of the cricket ball as well. Hayley Matthews will continue her battle with Ferron. Matthews very carefully where she deposits her fielders. She wants to ensure she have them in the right position. Good afternoon to you, Clyde. 56 for the loss of 2. Jamaica fighting back.
Good afternoon to you, Inderjit. And we've had some cricket as well. Huh? Yeah, Jamaica certainly fighting back. I think that both of these players have played well, led by the skipper, of course, Stephanie Taylor, who has come out and looked the part. She's played some lovely shots.
Certainly she did. And that's a good delivery. As an off-spinner, you will like that one. Tossed up nicely, bringing the bat onto the front foot.
Yes, I think there's no doubt that Hayley Matthews has bowled well throughout this tournament. Looking at her now, she's just tight. And I think Jamaica as well is doing the right thing. Not looking to attack against her, more or less looking to work her into the gaps to pick up singles and rotate the strikers. That was a short delivery. Worked it off the hip, just out on the leg side, and they set off a very quick single. I think that alone tells you they're going to look to rotate strike off of her, pick up the singles. Don't let her bog you down too much, but don't take many chances against her either.
Yes, and look at the bounce she got in that previous delivery, coming above the waist there of Ferron, and she had to, just ride it. So Taylor is back in strike.
I think it's crucial that Taylor doesn't give her wicket away. She has got to try and bat through the innings. And you've got those pugnacious ladies to come in McLean and Henry. Certainly that could be a good sign for Jamaica, especially if Taylor is still out there.
Yes, and like you said, Taylor has looked the part, looked to be in very good touch as well. But this time, drawn into the defensive. Just calming down a little here, Hayley Matthews, and 2 very, very good deliveries. And at this stage of the game, you will not want to offer any weight, no room whatsoever. Pinned on the back foot this time.
The thing is, from the time this regional tournament started with the T20s, Taylor has actually grown. Initially, she looked out of sort, but I think from last couple of games, you're starting to see that positiveness to her. You start to see her open up a little bit more and look the part. This time, she's back cutting, well fielded at backward point by Alien, who has been tremendous in that position throughout this tournament and has gone unnoticed. I don't think we have noticed how much runs she has actually saved in that position, but that was very good fielding again, saved 3 runs.
Absolutely brilliant fielding. 13 gone, 58 for the loss of 2. And Clyde, when you see fielders throwing themselves to stop a run by stopping a ball, getting there in time, it simply tells that they are anticipating the shot of the batter. So very early they can move in position. And you're right, she has been brilliant, not only with the ball in her hands, but in the field as well.
Yeah, especially in that backward point position.
Yes.
And remember, she's the fast bowler. You don't normally see a lot of fast bowlers feel in that position. So she has been tremendous for Barbados. I think Stephanie Taylor was looking to go over the top of mid-on there. She's not the type of player that normally would play those cross-batted shots. She's a more classical batsman. She was looking to bat a little bit out of character, probably deciding she had to go over mid-on, seeing that the mid-on is up and the long off is back, looking for that gap on over mid-on, probably a wideish mid-wicket position.
Well, it had to be the thinking, and you're right, because the player is out on the long off boundary. She was looking to clear mid-on. Good, tight delivery here by Williams. And how well Williams has bowled in the tournament as well. Do not have the pace of a Bruce or a Connell or a Alia Allen. But she too does a thing or two with the ball. She has been very, very disciplined. She has gone for a little bit of her runs in this innings, and that was due to the brilliance of Taylor. Like this one, cutting brilliantly, picked up at backward point. This is good fielding.
And that was Knight, was it? That's excellent fielding at backward point.
Kishana Knight.
Kishana Knight, that was hit nicely. It went to her right, which a bit much closer than the other one that went to Williams is right, but she had to go down and stop it, because that was timed sweetly as well.
And if Taylor is frustrated a little bit out in the middle, she has gotten 23 from 28. We have seen in some previous innings she struggled, drove well, sometimes not so well. But whenever she's bogged down...
And this time she's looking to go over the top. Didn't time it. Again, I think she was looking to go over long on. And it went out to a mid-off position. Didn't time it, and it was dropping just outside the circle, well in from the fielder running in from the long on boundary, but long off boundary, sorry. And she's so making her intention known. I think what is happening here, the other opener probably just been a little too bogged now, is beginning to put some pressure on our captain. And this time she's playing that big shot, misses it, and they should get a couple. No, I think they'll settle for 1. And that's going to be buys. Yeah, it is a buy.
Yes, and that was a big shot outside the line of the off stump. Pass very close to the outside edge of the bat. No edge whatsoever. And the keeper, that's Kaisia Knight, didn't feel cleanly. 14 overs gone at the end of 14. Jamaica 60 for 2. This is CG United Super 50 Cup from Providence. And Clyde, we're looking there in the dressing room of the Jamaicans and also the Barbadian. There is a little somber mood there. Some of them are dressed with their pads, preparing to go out in the middle. Lots of concentration. It's a final. Where the mind is.
Well, mine would be on cricket. On cricket, of course, some people tend to do things differently. Everybody has a different way of preparing themselves to go in next when it's time to bat. Some people get nervous, some don't. Some like to talk, some don't. Some like to listen to music. So it's everybody prepares differently to go in, especially when they have to bat next. And, you know, so it's all different.
Haley Matthews starts well. This is the 15th over so far. None for 4. She's in her 3rd over. And this spell by Haley Matthews here has been a good one so far. Has been able to peg back Jamaica.
Kenisha really struggling against a top spinner of Haley Matthews. I think she's unable to get Haley Matthews off the square. And maybe, and she's been given out. LBW, she was going back to this one. Ball skidded a little, hit her in front, and the umpire, Shannon Crawford, decided that was plumb. As we look at the replay, going back, pitching outside the off stump, turning a lot, maybe just hit just on or about the off stump. Umpire decided we're going to hit the stumps, raise the dreaded fingers.
Yes, you're right, and that ball would have definitely gone on to hit the off stump, and Jamaica losing their 3rd wicket was a little bit of a struggle by Ferron. They're 60 for the loss of 3, and let us remind you, as Natasha McLean makes her way out in the middle, that one bowler can bowl a maximum of 6 overs, and 4 others can bowl a maximum of 5. But I think in this scenario here, that Haley Matthews, she might very well be that bowler to bowl the 6.
Well, I'll be surprised if she's not the one chosen to bowl 6 overs. Very surprised. Yes, you had some overs bowled before the break. We had 6 overs before the rain break. Well, 2 breaks we had actually. 6 overs were bowled. So I think Matthews will bowl 6 overs. And then we'll see what happens. I saw she's on a 2nd, into her 3rd over, sorry. So it'd be interesting to know if she bowls those 6 straight out or if she'll give herself a little break and come back. I think it largely would depend on whether she can get one of these 2 out, McLean or Taylor, and get Henry in as well.
Yes, because these 2, by far the more experienced in the Jamaica team, McLean and Taylor, they will want this connection to work for them. And Haley Matthews knows that. She's been a brilliant girl in cricket. Now look at that delivery. The previous one, short of a good length, cutting back into the right-hander with the off-spin. This one a little further up, tantalizing too. McLean has just come to the wicket, so she will want to ensure she has her eyes in. Down the track, in the air.
Dropped at square leg. As she was coming forward, probably looking to hit that away out to the long on. Got the inner half of the bat, went to square leg. Square leg field had to come in a little, but it was a simple catch. Got both hands to it and was unable to hold on to it.
Yes, it should have been taken there. I think she went a little bit too hard going forward, and the ball hitting her, she couldn't take the impact away, and because of that, spilled the catch. So 15 gone. McLean survived. Jamaica, they're 60 for the loss of 3.
Yes, and I think this is really crucial. McLean would, I feel, would play the seamers better. Whether they decide, look, Haley Matthews has finished 3 overs. We're going to take our time, try and pick singles off of her and try and go hard at the other end. I think that may be the plan that Jamaica needs to apply at the moment, because Haley Matthews has been right on target.
Yes, and that projected score at 4 runs and over, which is the current run rate, will take them to 104. The way Barbados has been batting, that's not going to be enough. But I think with these 2 at the pitch, Jamaica might very well go past that by a long way. Short, and Taylor looking to steer it down through point, finds the fielder in the way. She walks away.
And this can be a little frustrating for Stephanie Taylor, because she's played those shots and she's played them well, but there's all of, she's not finding the gaps. And maybe she would be thinking, well, I need to start scoring. I think what she needs to do is try and get singles, get off the strike.
Yes,
get,
and if
get McLean to get a few deliveries in.
If you can recount what happened in the previous over from this end, she was looking to go over the top after being frustrated. And now showing solid defense.
Yeah, but this is good bowling as well, and we've got to give Williams some credit here. She went for a few boundaries earlier on, but she's come back well. And this, maybe, I'm sure this is going to be her final over. So she's bowled, what, 4.3 overs to 22 runs, and she's taken a wicket. That's not bad at all, especially when batters were going after you.
And you're right about that, Clyde. And in that 22 runs, make it 23 now, that came off the bowling of Williams. 2 of them went for boundaries. They were bad ball and well put away by Stephanie Taylor. Other than that, she has been very, very disciplined. It's come back nicely.
Yes, she has. I think Jamaica, though, would be disappointed if they don't score about 120, 125 or more. I think when how they were going a few overs ago and looking good, looked like if they were going to get maybe a 150 or thereabouts. But the Barbadian bowlers have certainly tightened things on them a little. That was a ball outside off stump, was pushed out to extra cover, and they were able to get 2.
Yes, and McLean opens her account with that shot. Eased the way nicely through the offside field. The final delivery coming up in over number 16. And I will be making way for my colleague John Ramsing, who will be joining Clyde. Solid defensive shot down towards mid-off. The over's been completed. 16 gone. Jamaica 63 for the loss of 3. More from you, Clyde, and you'll be joined by John Ramsing.
And we all know what McLean can do. She's pugnacious. She loves to hit the ball over the top. And I think Taylor would be saying to her, look, you just stay and bat a little bit more. Get yourself in. We'll try and rotate the strike, get singles. We still got, what, 9 overs to go? 26 or 10 overs to go. So if you think about 10 overs and you think in terms of deliveries, that's 60 deliveries. And if you can score, maybe you're looking to score 70, 80 runs. And those 60 deliveries, it could still be a good score. As I say, good afternoon to you, John Ramsing. You have had a very long break, actually.
I'm so happy you're not my paymaster. You might have been deducting.
Of course.
Good afternoon, Clyde. Good afternoon to all of our viewers. We have lots of those. I was just checking the stream. Interest all around the world. Persons right within Guyana and the Caribbean. And I recognize a whole lot of different nationalities as well. This is a big game.
Well, that's good. It's the finals of our regional competition. We've got some world-class players playing out there. Captain Stephanie Taylor and Captain Haley Matthews. And as we say that, we know the captaincy is going to be exchanging hands soon from Stephanie Taylor to Haley Matthews. So congratulations to Haley Matthews. And one only hopes that Stephanie Taylor would stay on and play and enjoy her cricket now for a little longer, because she has done well. And maybe this would be the impetus she needs to just try to catch back on her form a little, because she's struggled of late. But we just have to wait and see.
So let me endorse that one time. Congratulations and best wishes, really, to Haley Matthews, because as a captain, it's not only the captain that will have to steer the ship. You'll have support. So best wishes to Haley Matthews, and well done to Taylor during her time. But what's in front of us?
That's a good stop, actually. That was pulled away by Taylor out to mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, diving, and made a good stop. Probably saved 4 runs, because there's no long on or deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Yeah, Barbados have actually fielded very well, especially their ground fielding has been good. They've dropped a few catches, but their ground fielding has been good.
That projected score is just about 100 exactly. I think Jamaica will be getting much more than that. I think maybe at least a 125, 130 will do them very well in the circumstances. And especially once Taylor is still there. McLean is pugnacious, and also still to come, Chanel Henry. So there is batting. Barbados is the form side with the ball. Bowling very well. Four seamers supported nicely by Captain Haley Matthews with spin. This is a really good final. The best teams in the final.
I like how you said Barbados, the farm team in terms of bowling. They've bowled well. But you've got to remember that Jamaica bowled pretty well in the last game as well. And
Don't remind me, Clyde.
23, so, you know, so certainly it's going to be a good game. It's a pity that the rain came and the game has been reduced. But it's still a game, and it's still on. 26 overs is still a lot of overs, still a lot of time.
Runs for McLean. I know we're seeing the sunshine. We haven't seen that for a long time today. Since this morning, before the first shower, we had sunshine, and after that, it was very cloudy. On another day, you'll say after 2 hours of rain, let's leave the National Stadium, but not Providence. Not Providence. Providence not giving
You're
up.
talking about border.
Maybe another venue.
Other venues.
Yeah.
Certainly not border, not the National Stadium or LBI. Because LBI, I tell you what, it's not the best ground in the world at the moment, but some work would make it good. But at LBI, as soon as the rain finishes, they could start playing once you've had it covered on the pitch.
All right, so that's the end of 17 overs. Time for some drinks. And the players and ourselves will have some drinks. 65 for 3. So welcome back to Providence. We resume the battle in the middle. Finalists, CG United Women's Super 50 2022. Jamaica against Barbados, the defending champions. Jamaica winning the toss this morning and opting to bat. It's been a long innings by Jamaica. 2 interruptions for rain, one just about 12 minutes and the other for just about 2 hours. Match reduced to 26 overs aside after 17 overs, 65 for 3. Matthews starts a new over, this time from the southern end of the ground. Short ball to McLean. McLean is there on 3. At the other end, Stephanie Taylor, the captain, on 26. It's a gripping contest in hand.
And you look at Hayley Matthews and look at her run-up. She's got a pretty long run-up for an off-spinner. But it's a control run-up. She has the jump. There she goes, then starts that nice run-up, gets to the crease nicely. This is pulled away out to mid-wicket. It's going to be an easy single. But she's got nice rhythm, nice bounding rhythm, and then gets there, try and get as high as possible, and bowls over the front foot. And she's bowled well. She gets the ball to bounce, which means she's imparting some spin on those deliveries, and she does get the ball to turn as well.
Coming from a straight approach, however, some spinners would like to go in an angled approach.
Some like, some don't. I did. I think Raja was more of a straighter approach.
So 3 overs from the top end, the northern end, with the breeze behind her, now starting a new spell, running into that breeze. There is a breeze, I can tell you. And you know the off spinners would say the preferred side is with the breeze in your back.
Is that true?
Yes.
Oh.
The preferred side.
Oh, I'm not so sure about that one. I actually prefer to bowl against the breeze.
Oh.
Because you tend to get the ball to hold up in the wind sometimes, and can give you, and also get it to drift. So when you do get that, that could cause a little bit of confusion in the batter's mind. And that to me is a better way of bowling. But everybody prefers what they like, because some people tend to think that you get the ball to blow across if you bowl from the top hand with the wind. And the other thing about spin bowling, especially when West Indies was dominating with their fast bowlers, you thought there was no way you're going to get to bowl from the top end if you're a spinner. That's the fast bowler's end. So you had to master, or try and master the art from the other end.
And we have a shot of some of the national players from the Guyana side occupying that huge stand to the northwest in fact. And this one is off the inside edge, almost played on from Stephanie Taylor.
It was a very wide delivery as well. Yeah, I think she was looking probably to run that down past short third man on the backward point, because there's no third man as such.
But it's good to see the national players, the Guyana women, coming out to watch this final.
I agree with you, and you would have thought that some of the players from the other team would have been here as well.
In the air.
And diving, unable to take that catch, but that was a very good effort from the fielder coming from extra cover. 2 fielders were actually converging, Captain Hayley Matthews, and I think it's Scanterbury coming across. They got both hands to it, but was unable to hold on to it. Yeah, because McLean was looking to hit down the ground.
Ball took the leading edge. Alyssa Scanterbury there. Oh, great effort indeed.
And lucky not to have crashed into her captain.
I was looking at that closely. No ball, but hit over the head of the same fielder, Scanterbury. And Taylor will get just 2. For a moment, thought it was well hit, but she did not time it as well, Stephanie Taylor. So no ball will result in a free hit, and Taylor is on strike. 72 for the loss of 3.
And Selman guilty of overstepping. And this is going to give Taylor a free hit. We haven't seen a lot of free hits being put away in this tournament, have we?
Oh, not at all. I guess sometimes they want to hit it too hard. See, like this one is going to be spooned in the air, and Matthews allows it to fall, but not she know that it's not going to be a catch to dismiss the batter, so she allows it to fall. takes it on the rebound. Yet again, free hit not dispatched, just a single.
Yeah, certainly. And how many sixes have we seen hit in this Super 50? I think maybe just about 5.
Yeah, not a lot at all, but the straighter boundaries are shorter as opposed to the square boundaries. Runs for McLean. This one goes to extra cover. Good work by Alain. Still in over 19, but it's good bowling. They're not allowing Jamaica batters to really get the boundary balls and really get the boundaries. Previous over, just 2 runs from Haley Matthews. Now we're seeing 4 singles, and that a no ball gave 3. So we're seeing good controlled stuff by Barbados. They'll have to work to get to 125, Jamaica. Chipped in the air, but well short of the fielder. Again, Scantlebury at extra cover. Selman now into her second over. So that's the plan. Bowl Selman towards the back end of the innings.
I think that's been the plan from the time the Barbados team has come here. And we have seen Selman do that for West Indies as well. So it's obvious that she likes bowling down on the deck, probably thinking she's a Bravo. Bravo loves to do that, bowling down on the death in T20s.
Good call from McLean, and we'll get the single. 20 overs, so 19 overs completed. Jamaica 76 for 3.
Yeah, and I think McLean doing very well there just now to call for that single. She was pushing that ball just up to mid-on, realizing the mid-wicket was coming across, was not going to be able to get there to stop it cleanly, and ensure she called her skipper for a single. But that was an over where we saw singles being scored off on nearly every delivery, and there was a no ball also in that over. So they're starting to just pick up in terms of scoring. Yes, I would think they would love to see some boundaries. Some boundaries coming as well.
Matthews starts a new over. And the boundary riders on the onside for Haley Matthews. Deep backward squared, mid wicket on the boundary. And of course a long on, wide. No boundary right on the offside.
I was just going to make that mention to you that McLean was probably looking at the field and deciding she was going to hit over extra cover. This time she's coming down the track and has hit it over the top, over long on. That's gone for 6. And we were just talking about 6 and we've got 1. Good shot from McLean. She came down the wicket, didn't overhit it. She more or less decided that she was going to hit it over the top and just wide of mid-on and got it over the ropes for 6. Good shot.
Indeed, got a lot of power, a lot of bottom hand. Playing slightly across the line, but with the extra power, helped it along and over the head of the fielder. We were just speaking about that long on. I think Matthew's recognizing as well. That's why she has a ring of fielders on the onside, realizing that McLean is going to put a lot of bottom hand into
one thing we don't see a lot of, and maybe we haven't seen, is any sort of reverse sweep from the West Indian players. Coming down the track.
There she goes again.
Wide over the short mid wicket. Only get a single this time. So she's making her intention known.
I think Selman at short mid wicket might have gotten a finger to it, because that one was well hit, and if she had not gotten a finger, it would have gone perhaps very close to the boundary. There's a deep mid wicket in Ali Williams or Ali Allen out there. But Selman looked as if she had a touch. Extra bounce and turn from the new West Indies captain, Haley Matthews. So you asked for a 6, you got it. You asked for a reverse sweep. Let's see if it's going to come.
We haven't seen any sort of switch hit or reverse sweep from West Indian players, but maybe it's something that they have to start practicing.
So a good finish to the over. So 7 runs conceded. Matthews now finishing 5 overs, has 1 for 13. And after 20 overs, Jamaica batting first in the CG United Women's Super 50 Cup final, 83 for 3.
Yeah, good bowling by Matthews again. Although being hit for that 6, there was only another single off of that over. So that's good stuff, good tight stuff. She's bowled 5 overs for 13 runs. I mean, what more can you ask for of your captain, who is your main batter as well? It's well bowled. It's brilliant.
Projected score just inching up. Run rate at the moment, current run rate 4.15 runs per over. Salmon starts a new over and a half-hearted appeal. McLean.
That would have ended in the stands. McLean got hold of that. She was really giving that her all, looking to hit it over mid-wicket. She really went after that one.
She has a new weapon, you know, Clyde Butts. It's the E4 brand that Natasha McLean has been using. E4 is actually made popular by USA Cricket Zone, owned by Ravi Atwaru, the Guyanese. This is well hit down towards extra cover. McLean will get at least 2 runs. Excellent work from Ali Alin. This is really good cricket. Good ball. Good shot. Extremely good fielding. Just 2 runs.
That's brilliant fielding by Alia Alin, and I think she's just suffering a little. Having to dive, to run for about 20 meters and then having to dive to stop that one. Just seems to have twisted her ankle a little, but she seems to be all right. Seems to be all right. But she has been brilliant in the field. She has been brilliant in the field today, obviously. Willing to dive and to give her all out there on the field for Barbados.
Maybe with the dive, some part of her body holding up. Because we did see in the replay some of the mud on that outfield.
Slow delivery this time, full toss, unable to get rid of it. Didn't time it at all, as she was looking to probably punch that through extra cover.
So there we see Alain with her left ankle just holding up a little bit. Remember, you had a lot of rain. So outfield there, just a bit soggy.
And she still seems to be in some pain out there as well. Some discomfort. It's like she's pulling this away, somebody's getting under it, and the catch has been floored. Out on the deep mid-wicket boundary was a shortish delivery. She was pulling. It went straight to Kaishana Knight, and she was unable to hold on at it. That catch should have been taken.
Spent a lot of time in the air. This ball was taken from just about middle stump by McLean. And straight in, straight out.
It's a big boundary down there as well.
Yes, square boundary is huge here today. Quick single, maybe looking for the second. No, we'll settle on 1.
It will be interesting to see when CPL comes, how far those boundaries are going to be. I'm going to be looking, because that boundary at mid-wicket is far.
I do agree. When I was in Trinidad and Tobago recently for the regional 4-day tournament, I was looking at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Oh, this is a pugnacious hit from McLean, and she is going to get the boundary. Good work again by Barbados. Good commitment, good diving save. I put my foot in the mouth saying that she's going to get the boundary, but that's excellent work.
But you realize that was half stopped by the fielder at extra cover. And it still went with some force out on that boundary. And maybe I would have loved to see a little replay on that one, whether she touched the rope or not. Because certainly that was hit pugnaciously. That would have been very close to the rope. She's very close to that rope.
That's one of the Carrington sisters. So 21 overs completed. And Selman with 6 runs in her last over. Jamaica now 89 for the loss of 3. 6 runs in the last over, so Salmon 3 overs, none for 17. Also very economical. Inside out from Taylor. But the boundary is not coming. Good work on the boundary by all the Barbados fielders. Once again, we see another field on the boundary preventing Taylor and Jamaica from getting the boundary.
There's no doubt that the Barbadian ground fielding has been brilliant. The catching has not been. So it's two different versions of fielding with what we have seen. McLean is coming down the track, hitting this over the top. This is going to be taken out, caught at long on.
This is one of the Carrington sisters. They're similarly built. Their shirt numbers are very similar as well, 28 and 29. And there's McLean hitting it, fetching it from just outside off stump and down the throat of the fielder at long on. And Carrington holding on. And that's the fall of McLean, 19 from 22. Jamaica now 90 for a loss of 4. That's a very good catch. And now with Jamaica losing their 4th wicket, it means now that Chanel Henry, who's going to make her way to the middle, will have just about 4 overs and 4 deliveries before the end of the innings, and she'll be looking to see it through along with her captain. We know that Chanel Henry can give this ball a good whack.
Yes, we all agree on that, but with Haley Matthews bowling and bowling tightly, I think it would have been maybe a better advised thing to try and look to pick up singles. And I think that's why McLean was kept back, actually, was to try and take on the spinners, take on the spin of Haley Matthews in the middle to see if she can really take her apart.
So the batters crossed after while the catch was being taken. So Henry is not going to face, and this is going to be the final over from Haley Matthews. 2 for 14. 1 bowler allowed to bowl 6, so that will be Haley Matthews. And 4 other bowlers can bowl a maximum of 5.
Oh, this is lovely, lovely shot from Stephanie Taylor, but she's only going to get 1, as that was pitched up outside the off stump. She was coming on the front foot, cover driving it nicely out to extra cover on the boundary and only get a single.
So just as you were speaking about the catching not being the brightest spark today, we saw a brilliant one from Shea Carrington at long on.
This is nicely played by Henry, as this one was outside the off stump. It bounced high as well as she went back and just worked it past the keeper and able to get an easy single. Nicely played, well bowled as well from Haley Matthews. 5 overs, 16 runs, 2 wickets. That's brilliant.
3 singles and a wicket in the final over of Matthews' spell. And that's all it will be. So well bowled, Haley Matthews. 16 overs, 2 for 16. Extremely good figures to have, especially when a game has been reduced. Batters trying to go after her. She managed to pick up 2 wickets.
Brilliant spell of bowling from Haley Matthews. She's kept things tight. And not only that, she's kept things tight, she's always looked like she's going to take a wicket or 2. So that is even more pressure on an opposition side. She's an attacking off spinner that spins the ball, gets the ball to bounce, turn, and she do change her flight as well. So she's excellent bowler. She's an excellent off spinner.
Rashada Williams was bowled by Aline for 1. Kenisha Farah on the opener. Like before, Matthews for 11. Jodie Ann Morgan caught Carrington, bowl Williams 13. We've just seen the fall of Natasha McLean. Caught Shea Carrington at long on off the bowling of Matthews were 19. The batters dismissed. Selman starts a new over. Her fourth. Henry on strike. Wickets going down today with a score on 7, 26, 60 and 90. So 7-run opening partnership. Then 17. Then 34. Then 30. So we're getting some little bit of starts. Jamaica, good little partnerships developing. Looking for a quick single. Once again, the ground feeling in the spotlight. Good work from Barbados. But it's been a long tournament. We had the T20 Blaze and now the Super 50. I'm sure lots of these players will be happy to get back home. The match officials as well.
You would have said they were happy to be in Guyana and to stay in Guyana. It's been such a wonderful tournament.
This one is hit in the air. Fielder coming around long off, but it will fall short of her. Henry bogged down by just a few dot balls, trying to release the shackles, going for the aerial shot, and almost parried it to long off.
Well, you expect Henry to be looking to play those shots, to go over the top, try and hit the big shots, whilst Taylor's still going to continue to work the gaps, and when she get her bad deliveries, try and put them away.
Played across the line, but will go for a quick single.
Well, I think Taylor's making her intention known now, that both batters has to go and go hard. And maybe they're looking for another 30 runs or thereabout to ensure they put up a good challenge against the Barbadian side.
Just 3 overs and 2 deliveries to go after this one to complete Jamaica innings.
Your predictions?
I'm still maintaining my... Well, I want to drop from 125. I want to go to 120.
And Jamaica not really piercing the field. They've been timing the ball well, but not really piercing the field, not be able to find the gaps to get 2s and 3s. And so far this over, as you see, things have been very tight.
But I think Henry, backing herself, she'll be looking to get a few boundaries before the completion of the Jamaica innings. Because of that, they may very well get to that 120, 125 mark. Selman coming towards the end of her 4th over. There's no substitute at all for experience. This one is flicked away, but field as well placed at forward of square, right back on the boundary. So just a single, just 3 in that over, 2 singles and a leg by. And after 23 overs, 95 for 4.
95 for 4, 18 deliveries left. And you're saying they're going to get to 125?
To make it a very good game, yes. I would love to see Jamaica get to 125.
Yeah, I think 125, they're going to be a few runs short. If they're going to make a good game of this, they will have to bowl really well up front, especially against a Barbadian team with Haley Matthews and 2 Knights coming in, one opening hitter and one coming at number 3. You'll have to bowl really well, and I think the key, and I think I said this the last game when we were here, that the key is Haley Matthews. Depends on how long she can bat out there. And she's already done half of her job, bowling pretty well, keeping things tight and keeping the Jamaicans in check. So she's got her second half to do, which probably she will be thinking. That's her major. Her major. She's a batter force who can bowl. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Yes, and like I said, it was a long season for the women. T20 and now Super 50. And I did say some of them will be happy to go back home. Did not say all.
I like that. Now you're changing your tone. A lot of them may want to stay in Guyana and enjoy Guyana's hospitality. I'm sure they've enjoyed themselves in Guyana. Let's just swat it away out to long off. They're going to get an easy single.
And I was making a point about Diego Martin Sporting Complex in Trinidad and Tobago. Because of the circumference of that outfield, I looked at it and I thought it was going to be a perfect venue for women's cricket. Not to take anything away from the hitting, right, and from the other venues as well. But it just looks like it would be a perfect setting and everything for women's cricket.
I haven't actually been there when it was completed. I was there earlier on. So just work past the bowler. They're looking for one. Yes, they're going to come for the second and they're going to get it comfortably. Henry is a very quick runner. That's excellent running by her and on that occasion. From the time that was hit past the bowler, she was looking for two, knowing that she had to come back to the danger end. Yeah,
and she actually pushed her captain, because when Taylor looked up after completing the singles, she saw Henry was on her way. She had no choice but to go, because Henry was coming to the danger end, as you mentioned. So getting closer to the 100 for Jamaica was not easy, I can tell you. Just dropping this on its soft hands. Maybe handing the strike to Henry.
Maybe. I think Henry is going to go hard regardless. And I think with the keeper standing back, we may well see Henry looking to give Alain the charge.
Long on, long off, right back. And there we see Alain just pushing it wide of the mark.
But she saw her coming.
And that would be the 100. So the 100 coming up in over number 24. 4 down.
She saw her coming and just pushed that wide outside the off stump.
This time, wide of the mark, down the leg side.
I think Henry would be disappointed that she didn't get some baton to that one, because with the fine leg up and nobody behind the square on the onside, cutting a little bit of baton that could have well been 4 or even 6.
Deep mid wicket, long on. The boundary riders on the onside, long off, a deep extra cover on the offside. So Henry find the field at cover, looking for the second. Good quick running, good return as well. But Henry is extremely... She's a Jamaican. I was going to say...
What do you mean she's a Jamaican?
Jamaicans run really fast, Mr. Butts.
Do they?
Ooh, this thing about Usain Bolt.
I can't remember.
9.58.
Of course.
Born on the 21st of August, sharing a birthday with yours truly.
Oh, no.
And I'm not a Jamaican. I'm not quick either.
I know. She's looking to work this on the onside. There was a loud appeal for LBW. Obviously, it was going down the leg side. But she is quick. Henry's quick. And what I liked about her, from the time she hit the ball, she sets off, going for that extra, looking for that extra run. She's not just running. She's looking for that extra run. So it's putting pressure on the fielders out in the deep. Blackwood, very quick on the field. Probably the quickest run in cricket. This is whipped on the onside. Again, good bit of feeling at short mid-wicket, diving to her right, knocking it down.
24 overs completed, just 2 to go, 104 for 4.
2 overs to go. Jamaica is going to get another 20 runs, so 125, as you said before. But you never know. Henry could well hit a few sixes in this over, because she's that type of player.
Runs out there, but you have to work hard for it. As we can see, the fielders supporting the bowlers nicely, not allowing free runs. It means Jamaica will have to work double hard to get the runs.
Hayley Matthews has certainly marshaled her force well. She's when to start spreading the field. She had the field in for a long time, saving single, putting pressure on the Jamaican batters, and now she's got the field widely spread.
Chance for runner to the non-strikers then, and there's the direct hit. How's that, Mr. Crawford? Gone. Very belated signal coming from the umpire, but I think he realized that the fielders and the batter realized that Henry was out, so he was waiting just to prolong the agony. It was cut away first of all from Henry. Good feeling again. We cannot see the fielder in the shot, but it was Haley Matthews who did the fielding and hit directly.
What was interesting is to see if the bowler had actually got a touch to that. Had the bowler stopped it, the fielder would have been in, because she went to stop it. She was in front of the stump, but a good way in front as well. And going to stop that, probably missed it, and it went into the stump for 4. But certainly, that's a good wicket to get at this time by the Barbados players. And I'm sure Jamaica would be thinking, well, they've lost one of the better players at this time who can run well between wickets, who can hit the ball over the boundary as well. And Stephanie Taylor has the pressure now of scoring another 20 runs in 11 deliveries.
I was just making a point, runs out there, but they have to work hard for it. Who else completing the fielding?
It's captain.
Haley Matthews. This is Taylor now, back over the head of Selman, but it will just be a single. Haley Matthews is having a tournament like none other. Extremely efficient, extremely good with bat, with ball, and in the field.
Well, you've got to remember, she hasn't got with her the other dynamic player from Barbados. And I think that has helped her. She has decided, well, I've got to step up. The last time they were here, Deandra Datting was certainly the outstanding player. And Deandra is not here, so Haley Matthews has stepped up. She was good then, but more in a supporting role. But now she's decided, I have to take that role, and she's done it excellent. She's done an excellent job with it.
So the new batter, Jerona Walcott, gets off the mark immediately. This is rotation in the strike. This is Selman's final over. Matthews completing her spell, 2 for 16 from 6. Alia Williams, 1 for 25 from her 5. And Shanika Bruce, none for 28 from 5. So based on the allocation, Ali Allen will have to come to finish. She has 4 overs, 1 for 13 so far. Edge, calculated edge, and that's going to run down towards the boundary for 4.
That's the best shot in the game at this time. That was a delivery that was pitched up. You don't have a fielder down that fine on the third man boundary. That was edge pretty fine. It went all the way into the boundary for 4.
So that will help Jamaica as they move on to 110. Taylor into the 40s, 43. Beautiful straight drive.
Mid on, she'll only get a single again. And that's the difference. Because had Henry been there, they would have been pressing for 2. And that whether she would have gotten home, but certainly they would have been pressing for 2. Well, I'm sure Stephanie Taylor is going to tell Walcott how to go hard, because she would love to have the strike for the last over. So it doesn't matter if you get out, just go and go hard.
She does go hard, but we'll find the field at long off. And there we see Taylor putting herself in the position to go back for the second. Who really won the strike, but it will be just 1. So that's the end of Selman's spell of 5 overs. None for 27. 1 over to go. Jamaica 112 for 5.
Yeah, and bowling all 5 overs down at the death. I don't think that's bad figures at all. 5 overs, none for 27. I think she's done her captain well. She's kept things fairly tight. And we had an edge in that last over as well that went away to the boundary for 4. So I think she's done her job.
Four overs, 1 for 13. Alia Allen is going to complete the innings. 112 for
A
5.
nice sunny afternoon after all that rain this morning. But hasn't that been a pattern?
That has been the pattern for the longest while. Bold. So there is Jerona Walcott going down the track, but got a full ball, played over it, and castled. So Allen picking up her second wicket, first delivery of a final over. And Jamaica now 112 for 6.
Yeah, I think Jamaica would be disappointed that they've only got to 112 for 6 in the final over. I think at one time they looked like if they were going to probably get to a 140 or thereabouts. So I think they would be disappointed that that's the sort of score they've gotten. And I think when you look at it, the captain who bowled in those middle overs would have been the one who really pegged them back a lot. And they didn't rotate the strike as one would have expected when they're batting again. So probably look to push her off a little bit more and get singles force or to try different things. But certainly it's been excellent bowling and excellent supporting field, especially by the ground fielders. And I think we have to stress that part. They've really fielded well, close to the wicket in that circle and on in the outer field as well. So it's been excellent performance by the Barbadian team here this afternoon.
Tamika Sanford, the wicketkeeper batter, is a new batter.
And this is going to go into the boundary. Yes, it does. So now, as that was hit back past the bowler, mid-off came across, knocked it down, the captain, and that she's made her first mistake. She's human after all. And she knocked that away as she was diving a far away as well. Got a hand to it, but was unable to stop it, and it went into the boundary.
My word, this outfield has quickened as well, but that was well hit from Sanford. Quick single being taken. How was that?
That's going to be out. Run out.
So Taylor run out, sacrificing her wicket, really trying to get the strike. And now Jamaica losing their 7th wicket.
Good work from the wicketkeeper as well, because she was standing back, had to run up, collect that ball just off the pitch really, and was able to get that run out. Good work.
Sometimes you will see the wicketkeeper trying to get rid of the gloves to effect the fielding. She had no time. There was very quick thinking from Kaisia Knight, and Taylor run out for 44 from 57 deliveries, 116 now for 7. And cannot blame Taylor at all. She was trying to get the strike. She was trying to put herself on strike to get a few runs of the final over. It's not to be. Vanessa Watts making her way into middle now.
Taylor batted well, actually. We've got to give her some credit. I thought she played some lovely shots. Probably to the spinner was unable to rotate the strike off of Hayley Matthews. And I think if there's one weakness that we saw today was where she was unable to rotate the strike off the captain, Hayley Matthews, who bowled pretty well.
Not a full delivery. So Alia Allen in this over, full and straight, pretty much saying, you miss, I hit. Just 2 deliveries to go. The run out of Henry, the start of the, as in fact it was Jerona Walcott who was bowled. And then the run out of Stephanie Taylor. 2 wickets in the over. Cut away but dropped. Alia Williams going with one hand at point. Watts off the mark. Single. Chance not taken.
It was a difficult chance, though. It was jumping with her right hand high in the air. I think she might have saved a couple of runs because of that gone past her. Could have well run into the boundary. So, but it was a good effort. It's a good effort. Not a chance went to begging.
Just 16 extras on the board, and both of these teams guilty of bowling lots of extras. But this time, Sanford will get a single. They'll be looking for the second. They'll be coming, and Sanford will be easily run out just for one. Well, trying to go for the second. She managed to pick up one, and she's gone. But that's the end of the Jamaica innings as well. 118 for a loss of 8, 26 overs completed.
Yeah, Barbados has really done well to restrict Jamaica to 117 for 8 of their 26 overs. 118 for 8 of their 26 overs. So, we'll just have to wait and see how much Barbados will have to get, because I think Duckworth and Lewis will come in here and may just adjust that score a little. But certainly it was a great performance from the Barbadians in the field. They bowled well, the ground fielding was excellent, their catching probably left a little to be desired, but certainly their ground fielding was good and they bowled pretty well. Jamaica, apart from their skipper, I think they would be a little disappointed that they could not accelerate that scoring a little bit more and probably get to a 130, 140 or thereabouts.
So that's it. Jamaica 118 for 8 from their 26 overs. Do you remember the match was reduced from 50 overs to 26 overs aside? It means that when we come back, the defending champions will have to chase a revised target. At the moment, we're seeing 119 as the target, but it may be revised because of Duckworth, Lewis and Stern. So just to give you some stats, Rashada Williams 1, Kenisha Ferron 11, Jody and Morgan 13, Stephanie Taylor the captain, top scorer with 44, Natasha McLean 19, Chanel Henry 7, Jerona Walcott no score, Tamika Sanford 5, Vanessa Watts 1, 118. There were 16 extras. Shanika Bruce 5 overs, none for 28. Aliyah Allen 5 overs, 2 for 19. Aliyah Williams 5 overs, 1 for 25. Haley Matthews 6 overs, 2 for 16. And Shakira Selman 5 overs, none for 27. So that's the position in the Jamaica's innings. We'll be back in a few minutes with the run chase, with Barbados needing just about 119. We have to say just about, because Duckworth, Lewis and Stern will have to do their calculations. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Well, the news from Providence is that Jamaica 118 for 8 of their 26 overs. Barbados required 119 runs of 26 overs. And the sunshine continues to stream down here at the National Stadium at Providence. The match was originally fixed for 50 overs a side, but because of heavy downpour, we had stops, and therefore it was reduced to 26 overs a side. Rashada Williams, and she opened the batting along with Morgan, who made 13, Ferron 11, McLean 19, Henry 17. A top score of 44 coming by the skipper, and I thought she batted pretty well. Stephanie Taylor looked the best so far for this season. Sanford made 5, Watts was left not out on 1, 118 for 8. In the bowling department, you look at those figures. Bruce, none for 28. Allen, 2 for 19. Haley Matthews, 2 for 16, once again starring with the ball. Selman, none for 27. And Alia Williams, 1 for 25. So the openers are already out in the middle, and the battle will commence for the chase of that 119. With me in the commentary box once again to start off this innings, Pastor Matthew Kissoon. Hello, dear Pastor.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Inderjeet. Good afternoon to everyone viewing, watching, live streaming around the world, especially in Barbados and Jamaica. Big contest on, but when you look at in the context of the game, 26 overs, of course, Jamaica would have started with a little bit of disadvantage after rain interrupted twice, and the overs reduced to 26. After 6, they were 12 for 1. They would have wanted to be maybe about 60 for 1 at that stage if they knew it was 26 overs, but nevertheless, they got up to 118. Probably not enough for Barbados, but let's see how Henry starts.
She'll be bowling the first delivery to Kaisia Knight. And good delivery to start with, not bad at all. Had some pace on it. And Knight just opening the face, gets it out towards backward point. The thing is, 118 for 8 against a very strong Barbados batting lineup. Jamaica will have to bowl the best so far for this tournament if they're going to take this one home.
I agree with you on that, certainly.
Big drive by Kaisia Knight here. Short of a length once again, and just missing it.
She's not been quite the part in this tournament overall, but you look at Kishona Knight, her twin sister, who played a blistering 49 the other day against Trinidad in that first semi-final, and of course Haley Matthews getting to a half century. With the top 3 for Barbados, if you can remove them quickly, Jamaica would fancy their chances. But you've got to remove them, that's the key.
This is cover driven, and it has gone through the covers, beat the diving figure there as it gone just over the head and out towards the boundary for 4.
Rashada Williams, the vice captain, that went over her head. She stuck both hands up in the air, didn't get a touch at all until then it went for a boundary. Those are the chances that you can give to the fielding side. That were a bit difficult for her to have picked that one up, but a boundary to start the Barbados innings off.
She's going again, this time deliberately over backward point and out towards the boundary for 4. So Barbados, they have started in a blaze of glory. 2 boundaries of the left-handed Kaisia Knight. They're 8 without loss.
She's jealous of her sister Kishona with that wonderful 49. So she's saying, hey, I've got to get some runs here. My sister did well the other day, so why not? And you look at the defending champions, they fielded well. Never mind the drop chances of McLean. She only made 19. There were about 3 drop chances off of her. But and then I think Watts was dropped by Williams in coming down to the end of the innings. But Barbados, all in all, fielded very well. 2 brilliant catches by Shea Carrington on the long on boundary set up the sort of total that Jamaica would have got, really, which was not enough in the context of this situation.
Yes, so once Henry is going to go short and wide, Kaisia Knight will definitely go after her. That's much better line this time. Closer to the off stump. No width whatsoever. And there is no run. So Matthew, we come down to the end of this tournament. It's been a long tournament. The girls were exposed to the T20 Blaze and then the CG United Super 50 Cup. That's a female cricket. and carefully steered away. So the battle continues. The first over has gone at the end of 1. Barbados looking for 119. They're 8 without loss.
Yeah, they're under pressure. Jamaica under pressure definitely here. You look at that first over from Henry, it cost her 8. And even as we speak with you, a few spectators coming in to the ground. They're down on the right part of the media center, to the north of the ground, to the right of the media center, watching the game. We've got a few spectators in the red stand as well. And not bad at all. When you look at the finals here in 2022, the ladies cricket, regional cricket, Barbados, the defending champions, they've done well. Look, the other day when they played Jamaica, what happened? They won on the Duckworth-Lewis and Stern method by 11 runs against Jamaica. The Jamaicans were a bit disappointed, but of course rain did interrupt twice when that match came down to the Duckworth-Lewis and Stern method, where they won by 11 runs.
Over number 2 in progress, and Matthew, those fellows we had on the screen a few moments ago, yes, while they're spectators, I think they're here to survey the stadium, because this stadium has to be put in place for the Bangladesh series here in Guyana. It's a lovely on drive, a little bit of misfielding there from Chinel Henry. Anyway, there is no run. I guess there might be some painting before that, cleaning up. You want to set the stadium because it's going to go live around the world.
Well, quite a bit of work to be done here at the stadium, but, you know, Guyanese have their way of getting the job done quickly as well, ensuring things are in place and the standard is high, and that's what you want. Bangladesh playing, what, a T20 and 2 one-day internationals?
No, 3 one-day internationals.
Sorry, 3 one-day internationals. And that will be, you should have a good crowd to watch the 2 international sides.
Yes.
Played down to mid-on, picked up by Henry, moving to her left, no run.
The games start in Guyana here on the 7th. That's the last T20. And then they go into this 3 one-day international.
So 4 matches.
Yeah, 4 matches in Guyana.
Unfortunately, I would not be here.
We wish you all the best. Enjoy your vacation.
Yes, thank you.
You're going to Ukraine?
Well, probably that will be on the cards when it comes down to the end of my life.
Yeah.
On the earth. Yes.
So getting back to those dates, the T20 on the 7th, the 3 one-day internationals on the 10th, 13th, and 16th.
Should be really good indeed. Bangladesh has improved. They're playing good cricket.
Here is a sweep by Kaisia Knight, not making any contact with the bat whatsoever. White signal by the umpire. So 1 more will be added to the score. Your thoughts so far, Matthew, on the entire CG United Super 50 Cup?
It's been a good tournament. You know that the 2 top teams are Jamaica and Barbados, so this was expected that they meet in the finals. That steered away down to the white third man area inside the 30-yard circle for a single. So 2 overs have been completed here in this final, and Barbados needing 109 now in 144 balls. They're 11 without loss.
Yes, and a good start by Barbados. Very aggressive, especially Kaisia Knight. And sometimes when you're chasing small totals, you know, some batters seem to go after it in a hurry. They lose some wickets. The pressure is back on them. And sometimes when you think, well, I'll take my time and look for the singles, you know, the run rate builds up on you. I like the positive start here by Barbados in quest of that 119.
Right, so according to Duckworth-Lewis and Stern method, it's 120 to win. Barbados. Here's a ball that's steered out towards point, picked up by Stephanie Taylor, no run. But generally, in there, the tournament has been good. I guess interest in Guyana not able to play Trinidad at all in the T20 nor the 50-over tournament. I thought that was interesting. But the batting has not been that good from the lower order teams or the lower teams in terms of qualification. That hit the boot of Sanford and then bounced away to the leg side. They take what I would believe is a bye, signaled by umpire Shannon Crawford. Yes, but the batting of the leewards, the windwards got a good total yesterday, 242 I make it, 241 against the leewards in that position of 5th and 6th in terms of the position standings. Barbados is defending champions. They'll have to win here, retain their title at the 50 over, in the 50 over version. They lost to Jamaica in the T20 Blast.
T20 Blaze.
Blaze, beg your pardon. They lost that. That's edged away down to third man, where Howell Fields moving to her left. She gets a single. That's Matthews. 2 from 6 now. Knight comes back into strike. 9 from 9. A runner ball. 2 boundaries. 1 over cover. Scorching drive in the air. And then 1 behind point. So she wants to get a good score to end the tournament well.
Look, and this was well played by Kaisia Knight, realizing she was never going to get to the pitch of the ball, just delaying the shot and riding it nicely, keeping it all along the ground down towards fine third man and getting a single. So she made the adjustment well.
And you look at Henry and Watts, they've been outstanding for Jamaica in the T20 Blaze tournament as well as the 50 over tournament, and look, just a little bit of struggle, none for 10 from Henry so far.
And look at Haley Matthew, that's a fantastic cricketing shot, short delivery, pivoted on the back foot and just rolled the wrist over it, got the placement down through backward square for a fine boundary. That will take the score now on to 14 without loss, and the third boundary so far by Jamaica, and we're only in over number 3.
Look, you can't bowl like that to Haley Matthews, certainly not. She's going to put you away. That was badly lined down the leg side, and she flicked it away beautifully backward of square for 4. And you look at Vanessa Watts, the off spinner. She's been mean, 1 for 3 so far. So she has been very good at the other end. But you look at Henry completing 2 overs, none for 14. 3 gone here in this chase by Barbados, needing 120 to win. 18 without loss after 3. But Henry, none for 14 from 2.
Yes, and I think what the batters did to Henry, once she strayed, they went after her. So they used her pace to maximum benefit. On the other hand, Watts slower through the air, they will have to make the adjustment there how to score against her. She has nothing to offer them as far as pace is concerned, nothing to manipulate. And you see that once again, good delivery, right on target. And Kaisia Knight is equally respectful as well.
Yeah, Watts is an experienced cricketer, 34-year-old. Just 1 ODI for the West Indies, and that was way back, I believe, in 2014. She didn't quite put that one away. That was short. Almost a long hop, and it kept low, and she pulled it through mid-wicket. The timing not there, but she got a single. Kaisia Knight. Barbados 19 without loss now. They need 101 in 136 balls, so that's not a problem. It's if wickets, Jamaica can pick up a couple of wickets here. On the back foot, opened the face, guided it down behind point for a single. Haley Matthews in good form, end the tournament in good form. A well-played half-century against Trinidad when they beat them by 9 wickets. Kishona Knight, a well-played 49 not out. 7 fours, 1 6. But yes, the tournament has been a good one. Excellent tournament. But the lower-order teams didn't quite produce the runs that they would have wanted to. But the top 2 teams certainly have played good cricket.
Yes, and the 2 bowlers operating in tandem, Watts and Henry, are the leading wicket takers prior to this final. Watts with 9 wickets. To her credit, beaten outside the line of the off stump, beautifully bowled. Tossed up and left the left-hander, strangled outside the line of the off stump. Look at that. Good turn as well.
Yes, and that kept low too, went on, and that's the beauty about Watts.
And this time some bounce off the pitch, beaten as well. A fine over has come to an end after 4:20 without loss. Barbados, they need 100 runs more. And the current run rate is 5. The required run rate 4.55. Kaisia Knight on 11. Haley Matthews on 7. So in the wicket department, Henry second, 8 wickets. Haley Matthews 6 wickets. Stephanie Taylor 6. Alain 6 as well. Those are the top wicket takers in the tournament. So Jamaica has a very good bowling attack as well.
They do.
And we look up in the stands, we're seeing a few spectators, and certainly they have come out here to have some enjoyment. And that's good that they're here. Some smiles, a little bit of a laughter among them as well.
Why not? It's Saturday. And maybe after this game is over, they're going to go and have a lime somewhere.
Well, they're here for the lime, I guess. It's a pity that Guyana is not in the final. And that's because Barbados and Jamaica, they've played excellent cricket.
Stephanie Taylor comes into the attack now, the captain. She knows that she needs to put in an effort here for her country. And so she's come on after 4 overs.
No, that's not good bowling. It's way wide outside the line of the off stump. And when you're bowling at this pace, it's like unforgivable for you to send down those wides. And that's going to be another one. And when you're defending a small total, you know, the more extras you give, more pressure on yourselves. Here, Matthew, we're having some other spectators. So they've turned up a little here today to watch the game.
Yes, why not? It's free. But it's amazing, you know, Inderjeet, when you're playing a top team, how your bowling can be under pressure, because Jamaica would have bowled well against all the other sides with Henry and Watts picking up wickets very early. But look at this situation now. They haven't picked up a wicket as yet. Their bowling look way much under pressure.
And there are two things here that might very well have the bowlers under pressure. Not only the opposition. I mean, Kaisia Knight and Haley Matthews, they're good batters. But also Jamaica failed to put a competitive total on the board. That's the reason why they're having the added pressure. You can't be leaking runs via extras. So now we see for the left-handed Kaisia Knight, Taylor is coming around the wicket, changing the angle and putting in the short backward square. Now she strays down the leg side. So Stephanie is finding it a little bit difficult to control the ball here.
152 ODI wickets under her belt. What a player. She needs to pick up some now in this tournament.
Badly lined and missed by the keeper. And they'll surely capitalize on this one. They've gone for 2. So, with the wides, that 3 more will be added to the score. So we'd have seen the boundaries come, the singles taken, and now the wides. It's 27 without loss.
But if she can reflect and remember what she would have done in years gone by as a bowler for West Indies women, she would want a performance like that now. But every day is a different day in this game of cricket.
Much better delivery though. This was given generous flight. The trajectory was good. The line was good as well. And just opening up there, the left-handed Kaisia Knight, and scoring through extra cover. They take the single. They've rotated the strike. The final delivery coming up in over number 5. Remind you that the target is 120, Barbados 28 without loss. So they're in a very good position to win and retain their 50 overs title. Get delivery, float up, played away down to short cover. 5 overs gone, Barbados 28 without loss. More from you, Matthew, and then you'll be joined by John Ramsing.
Yes, a good start for Barbados, going at 5.6. They need 92 runs in 126 balls as John steps in. What I observe about the Knight sisters, Kaisia Knight is very strong through the offside. Kishana Knight as well. But what I found with Kishana is that She is very good on the leg side. She loves to sweep the ball, gets the ball a lot into the mid-wicket area and backward square areas. So a little bit of difference between the two sisters, the twin sisters, but definitely Kaisia Knight is very strong through the offside. Good afternoon to you, John.
Hello, Matthew. Hello, everyone. Jamaica needed a few quick wickets to really come back into this contest, because I think 120 is not a big total by any means. This one has cut away nicely, whipped from Watts, and there's Haley Matthews capitalizing. That was too wide, short as well, and Matthews will not miss out. She moves on to 12. Barbados now 33 in over number 6. Yet to lose a wicket. Well on course, you would say.
Look at the pressure that the Jamaica bowling is under now. Both Henry and Watts, your two best bowlers throughout the tournament, are now leaking runs here. 33 without loss. That run rate has gone up to 6.19.
It is 6 needed for 123 deliveries now, so lots of time by Barbados. But if they lose a couple of quick wickets, they can set the cat among the pigeons. Before this encounter, Vanessa Watts, the leader wicket taker in this series, with 9 scalps. Right behind her is Chanel Henry with 8. Then behind them, Haley Matthews with 6. So the top players getting in the wickets column. Matthews and Taylor, in fact, Stephanie Taylor tied with 6 wickets each before this encounter. But you're right, the opening bowlers for Jamaica, who have given them so many good opportunities, starting with a new ball from either end, not yet getting the breakthrough. And that early breakthrough is what they badly needed.
A little bit of a trap set for Haley Matthews, mid-wicket on the boundary. You've got cover on the boundary as well. But if you follow her last innings where she got that half century, she played a lot of shots along the ground, beautiful cricketing shots, and kept turning the scoring rate over. Lovely half century to Haley Matthews. She's in good form. I don't think she's going to fall for the trap of hitting the ball in the air to be caught. The over comes to an end, 6 gone, 35 without loss.
So the power play was 5 overs, and after 5 overs there were 26 Barbados, 26 without loss. In fact, there were 28. So bowling change from the northern end. Julian Morgan is going to come into the attack. So Haley Matthews before this innings, 168 runs from 3 innings, averaging 84. The next best is Kishona Knight with 126, and followed by Kaisia Knight, 104. Only 3 batters above 100 runs.
And all 3 from Barbados, and the top 3 in the batting order. And if you cannot get them out, you cannot win the game. That's the truth. That's the reality of this game of cricket. You've got to pick up at least 2 of those top 3 wickets to make some inroads into this Barbados batting lineup, because only Alia Allen down the road can bat, good all-rounder, I would want to think. I've not seen much of Scantlebury. Young holders in the side, the under 19 player. And then you've got Williams and the Carrington sisters. So in terms of the batting department, the top 3 along with Allen, very good for Barbados.
That's a full toss. Dispatched, 1 bounce for 4. Almost going for the maximum. But that was a very loose delivery from Morgan in her very first over.
Yeah, not good bowling here at all by Jodie and Morgan. Being given a chance to bowl here at Kaisia Knight, who's beginning to pick up some form here now. Good back foot player, gives herself room. That slapped out towards Henry at point. You can't bowl that way to experienced cricketers like Kaisia Knight. '84 ODIs under her belt for West Indies women's cricket. You just can't give her gifts. You've got to bowl very tight to her. That was a better delivery on the middle stump. She came forward and played it back to the bowler. Not bad at all, but she's given away a gift already in this over. Final delivery coming up to end over number 7. Howell has been dropped now back to the long leg boundary. Looking to set a trap for Kaisia Knight. Quicker, flatter on the leg stump, shuffled back, played it defensively into the onside. 7 overs gone here at the National Stadium at Providence. 39 without loss, Barbados. They need 81 from the remaining overs, from 19 overs. And the run rate is 5.57. Very good indeed.
Earlier we saw a shot of some of the, those are the Windward Islands players in the green stand, head coach. We saw that's young Zeta James there as well. So the teams are here at the National Stadium because earlier we saw Trinidad and Tobago players in the venue operations center. We saw the Guyana players as well in the red stand, that northwestern stand. Huge stand. As there we see Zeta James and the Windward Islands head coach.
Let's spare a thought for our ground staff. They did enormous work during this tournament with all the rain that fell on the various days. They were exceptional in getting Providence ready for cricket, even if it was for a reduced amount of overs.
So a new bowler in Corinne Howell comes into the attack. Yeah, the ground staff really worked well. I tell you what, I managed to be at Providence very early in the morning. And then when I'm here, you would see the ground staff already at the venue. And there they are, just having a light moment now. And the guy in the blue is the head curator, Wazim Habib.
Got to spare a moment for them. Excellent work. About 22 of them I would have counted over a couple of days.
Yeah.
They would have probably increased their number. I think at one time they had about 18.
Yeah.
But excellent work. They really put in a mammoth effort.
Hard working. Like I said, very early at 6:30 in the morning, all 22 already at Providence, ready to work. And if the game goes late into the night, they're there as well at the end of the day. Long days. So congratulations and keep up the good work. Big, big, big thank you to the ground staff here at Providence.
Good over by Howell so far. Just 1 run from 4 deliveries. That's what you need. You need to bowl tight and bowling round the wicket. Cutting between the umpire and the stumps is a good ploy.
I just had a look at the time, the start time for the T20, West Indies against Bangladesh here at Providence, and it says 13 hours 30. Oh, short ball, and punch down the ground for 1, and that will be the end of the 8th over. Barbados set a target of 120 from 26 overs for the 1 without loss. Good start. Oh, there we see Mr. St. John, Claude St. John in the front, along with Elizabeth Sunich. We know her as one of the super fans of cricket. We haven't seen her all season, but she's here for the final. Hello, Elizabeth. And seated right next to the big man himself, Claude St. John. You cannot keep these two persons away from cricket at all.
Never. I think Elizabeth is probably the biggest cricket fan in the world right now. She follows everything about cricket. Always there. Very popular woman when it comes to the game of cricket. But that was an excellent over by Howell. The first one costing just 2 runs. And that's what Jamaica would need. 41 without loss, 79 needed in 108 balls.
So 5 bowlers already tried, I must say tried, by Stephanie Taylor, including herself. So she's really looking for the breakthrough. She wants to get one of these wickets, then work away. Because the only way to come back in this game is by picking up wickets. You have to get wickets. Build the pressure, but it's looking too easy at the moment for Barbados, the defending champions. And I'm sure Hayley Matthews as well, oozing with confidence. Not only because of her performance in this series, with bat, ball and in the field, also being given the news that she's now the new West Indies captain. So that is going to give her some more confidence.
An investment in leadership. Nothing's wrong with that. She's 24 years old. It's a good move by Cricket West Indies.
I think the same age Stephanie Taylor was when she took over lead, well, when she started the lead West Indies.
Certainly a good move. Nicely played through the covers for 1 where Waysam is on the boundary. But I suppose Taylor will still play, of course, in the side. She's just, 31? And she will give good support to Hayley Matthews in the mentoring process in terms of leadership. And that's what you need. Hayley Matthews has captained the Barbados side very well this season here in Guyana. Quick single taken, just pushed into the leg side with soft hands, Kaisia Knight. I think Barbados realize also the top 3, if they got out cheaply, they would have put their batting side under tremendous pressure. And so they're putting up a very good batting effort. That game against Trinidad was excellent, where they beat them by 9 wickets, that first semi-final.
So the single's coming too easy now for Barbados. No pressure at all. But I think we need to get back what's on the bowling, because she has been the one to create lots of problems for batters. Get her back. It can be psychological as well. There's Henry diving away to her left. Good piece of fielding. That can also lift the side. So 9 overs gone. Barbados 47 without loss. Looking to get 120 for another regional title.
Yes, Jamaica under pressure here. And 73 needed from 102 balls. Look at Matthews, 16 from 21, Knight 22 from 33. That's Kaisia. But Morgan included in this Jamaica lineup to obviously put some pressure in the bowling department on Barbados. I thought Jodie Ann Brown, the left-hand orthodox spinner for Jamaica, was pretty good in the couple of matches I saw her bowling. But not included in this side, as we see another change in the bowling department. Howell now comes into the attack, the right-hand off spinner. But in fact, this is our second over, beg your pardon. That's turned away down to the short backward square area for 1 by Kaisia Knight, who's looking very good indeed, 23 from 34. Yes, her first over cost 2 runs. She had a very good over, so she's in her second over here. And you talked about Vanessa Watts. Yeah, she's always been mean. That's hit away, down through cover. There's a field out there. She will rifle the return in. 1 bounce to the keeper. They pick up 2 runs. That's Hayley Matthews. Always a good runner between the wickets. showing her class, showing why she's got a lot of experience, showing why she's now been selected as the West Indies women's captain. But she's shown leadership ability all through, and in captaining this team even without Deandra Dottin on the leg stump, turned away to short backward square, no run. She's shown her class, and well deserved for her. Well deserved. Hayley Matthews, a hard worker, good cricketer, quality cricketer. And a lot of the girls around the Caribbean can follow her very closely, try to draw some qualities and good stuff from her, because we need a lot of quality women to play cricket in the Caribbean region. And look at these girls as examples. The Knight sisters, Hayley Matthews, Stephanie Taylor, Henry from Jamaica. That's a single played out to cover deep.
So the 50 coming up in over number 10 for Barbados. Howell now coming down towards the end of her second over. The end of the 10th over in the innings. Knight on 23, Matthews 19, Barbados after 10, 51 without loss. .69 needed from the remaining 16 overs. As we welcome back Clyde Butts, no doubt for the final time, not only today, but for the CG United Women's Super 50 Cup. Hello, Clyde.
You think it's the final time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I hear you. Yes, it certainly is. It's been nice working with you guys. The cricket has been good to an extent. I think we all know that the batting has been a little disappointing in the tournament. Barbados and Jamaica probably two better teams. Not probably, the two better teams in the competition in terms of both ball and bat. And that's why they're in the finals. Jamaica a little disappointing in this finals, though, I would think. I don't know if you would agree with me, but I think they should have gotten another 20 runs or so. And when they came out to bowl, I thought they didn't bowl as well as they've bowled before. I think we're bowling a little too wide and not bowling straight and penetrative.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much that lengthy delay for rain earlier today would have caused Jamaica. They were expecting 50 overs at the start of the day. This one is steered down towards a short third man. Watts comes off the third man boundary. Does not feel cleanly and tidied up by Taylor. A little bit of frustration.
Giving a little look as well.
You can see a little bit of frustration stepping in there.
I think even when she was bowling, you saw that little bit of frustration. I don't know if she wasn't happy with the field placement or what, but she certainly didn't look herself today the way we know she can bowl.
Just 120 runs to defend. Back over the head of the bowler, chipped nicely, and this outfield has quickened up as we gone by today, but will not get to the boundary. Two more to Matthews, and she's making batting look so easy. Once again, easy on the eye.
I like that, John. Easy on the eye. She certainly batted pretty well throughout the tournament. That last delivery, I don't think she timed it as well as she would have liked. She was probably looking at it to hit it back over the bowler into the boundary, but she didn't time it as well, but she had enough on it to go past the fielders. I think she's a little bit more relaxed now, probably deciding, well, we're going to win this easy. And you can see her just being a little bit more loose at the moment. But still, runs is still there to get, so you've got to be careful. You don't want to get out and then you lose.
Nicely. She's on to 22 now, just 10 runs away from becoming the only batter to pass 200 runs in the CG United Women's Super 50 Cup. Oh, that one kept low.
I think that's one of the reasons why we were saying that the Jamaicans didn't bowl as well as they did, because they didn't bowl straight. If the odd ball is going to do anything, you need to bowl as straight as you possibly can.
Come back over from Henry, comes to an end. 3 overs, none for 18, 11 gone. Barbados looking for 120, 55 without loss.
A much better over than when she started. Bowl a little straight, a little back of the length as well, and keeping things tight. I think when you look at it, how Jamaica's bowl, you get the impression that they were not ready to go out there, because I think they didn't start well. And then even when Stephanie Taylor came on, she bowled quite a few wides. And that one over that she bowled just looked a bit stiff and like, well, I don't know if you're thinking, well, maybe they've lost the game already because they didn't get enough runs. But you expect them, especially for those first 10 overs, to be bouncing around in the field and to try and defend whatever score you had.
Howell starts her third over. And it's good to see, Clyde, as the cameras went through the venue, teams, the Trinidad and Tobago side here, the Windward Islands here, and of course host Guyana watching on this final.
Yes, I think it's nice for the young ladies to come out and watch the finals. I'm sure you've got 2 quality teams playing. I'm sure there's going to be a little bit here and there that you can actually pick up. So it's nice to see them all over. And I was telling somebody in years gone by, all the players would have had to be at the venue to watch the finals. That's how it used to be. And then you have a little presentation ceremony after at the venue. My understanding is that the presentation will not be here this afternoon either. So.
Yeah, I did inquire about that presentation because, our viewers would like to know who's going to be getting what a bit later on. And I was told that there will be a presentation, but not at Providence.
Well, not far from Providence. as I understand it. Yeah, I think that's a little disappointing for me. That's well bowled, and that's knocked the off stump back out the ground. A delivery that was pitched up, she was going back when Haley Matthews should have been on the front foot, looking to go back to play that square on the offside. It bounced a little on her as well and came back a little as we watched the replay, pitching just outside. Yes, it did come back and bowl her through the gate. Well bowled by Howell. And Howell is certainly bowling well and keeping the pressure on.
So Matthews bowled for 22. From 31 deliveries, and now we see Barbados losing their first wicket, the captain, in the 12th over. And the usual question you will have to ask, is it a little too late?
Maybe not. And I'd said this in the previous over. I was saying now she started to look a little loose, probably thinking, well, we've got this settled, we've got this sealed. And then the word was, you've still got to be cautious because losing 2 or 3 quick wickets can certainly put a lot of pressure back on your team.
Kaishona Knight makes her way to the middle, but this could be the wicket that Jamaica will be looking for. They got the wicket of Haley Matthews. We knew what Kaishona Knight did in the last game. Scored very quickly and allowed Matthews to express herself at the other end. But now, Matthews back in the pavilion. The Knight sisters, I haven't seen them batted together this season.
No, because Haley Matthews normally stays in. And Knight is more times than not the first one to get out.
So now if Jamaica can pick up one of the Knight sisters, expose that middle order, you can feel they have another shot at changing this game around. This is good stuff from Howell. 3 overs for her completed now. Picking up a wicket in this over, 1 run and a wicket, 3 for her, 1 for 7. After 12 overs, Barbados 56 for 1.
Excellent stuff, and that's the sort of comeback that we were talking about. You need to get 1 or 2 quick wickets, and she didn't only get the wicket, but she has bowled tight. She's kept things very tight. And now with the 2 left-handers, I see Stephanie Taylor is bringing herself back into the attack. So this could be a good move as well. 2 off spinners to the 2 left-handers for another couple of overs. See how thing goes.
The ball has gotten a bit older as well, so it will not come off the bat as easy as it was. Maybe a little bit of turn Taylor can extract. We've seen that ball turning to get rid of Hayley Matthews from Howell. So this could be an interesting passage of play the next 3 or 4 overs. Just raised her head at the last moment and allowed a single to be taken. That's Rashado Williams at backward point.
Yeah, I think those are the things you have to stop. Even though you may say you want to bowl to the new batter, you have to stop those things. You have to keep the pressure on. When you're not scored a big set of runs, you have to keep that pressure. Every run is going to be crucial.
And if you do not stop those runs or the ease of which runs are flowing, what will happen? You'll also add to the frustration, not only of the captain, but the other bowlers and the other fielders. So Kaishana Knight will get off the mark. So singles in the over, 2 singles already.
I think if Jamaica is going to really press this game, this is the time. And who better to do it than your most experienced bowler in Stephanie Taylor? Wide outside the off stump, wide signal by umpire Crawford. She has to keep the pressure on. She cannot release the pressure. Howell has been bowling well, and she need that support from the other end. Unable to stop the single again, just pushing that one out on the onside. Easy single. And these two would know each other very well, and they will run between the wicket for everything.
Quick delivery from Taylor and misfielding again in the cover. What could have been a dot ball results in a single. And that's the end of 13 overs. Time for drinks. Barbados set a target of 120. After 13, 6-1 for a loss of 1. We'll also take a refreshments break. 13 overs completed, 13 to go. 60 runs scored, 59 to go. So 59 to get from 78 deliveries. Barbados well on course. Hello once again to Clyde Butts.
I like how you say Barbados well on course, but when you look at that, it's like you've bowled 13 overs, you've scored 61 for one, and you still need another 59 in 13 overs. It's like runs and overs are matching, but I think it's the wickets. Barbados has only lost one wicket. So I think they would be thinking that they're in a better position at the moment than Jamaica. Jamaica would be thinking, well, 2 nights are in. If we could get rid of these 2 nights, we may have a chance still, but you've got to get those wickets and get those wickets quickly. Howell has been bowling well. She's bowled 3 overs, 7 runs, and has taken a wicket. And if she could probably bowl another 2, 3 overs in the same way, take another 2 wickets, that could put pressure on Barbados.
In the gap and single and
And they're
overthrow
going to
now.
get a second. No, they wouldn't.
Ooh.
I think as they saw Henry swooping down on it, maybe any other fielder, they would have think about the second run, but it was Henry, as it was. The keeper didn't get it cleanly, and it went out to mid-on from a backward square throw. That shows where the delivery went. But Henry was very quick into that one.
So there's a big gap once you pass the inner ring of fielders on the offside. So Waysome sweeping on the offside has to come in once again. So singles of consecutive deliveries after the drinks break.
And what we see after break?
Yeah, we usually see a wicket going down. But if Jamaica do not take their chances or try to build pressure, we will not see a wicket going down this time. The pattern we've seen with the weather at Providence, rain in the morning, and I'm happy that the T20 against Bangladesh, West Indies against Bangladesh, will be starting at 1:30 p.m.
That should be good. Even if we don't get a start at 1:30, we start like this here at 2 o'clock, we'll be all right. Or
Yeah.
we start at 2, we'll be all right. We'll have a game. Well bowled again by Howell, keeping the ball up to both Knight in this over and making them work to just push the ball out on the offside for singles. One delivery, we did see Knight going for that big heave and it just missed the off stump. So it's good, tight, gripping stuff from Howell.
Good over, just 2 runs. 14 gone, 63 for 1. And the equation now 57 runs to get from 72 at a required run rate of just under 5 runs and over.
Yeah, but things are getting to be a little bit tighter now than we had seen before. At one stage, Barbados was scoring at over 5 runs and over. Jamaica just pulling things back a little. Just pulling things back a little now, and you never know. 1 or 2 wickets could make a big difference.
The wicket of the Knight sisters, if they can get those 2 wickets.
Oh, this is swept away backward as well. Down to fine leg. This is going to go for 4. Bad delivery from Stephanie Taylor again down the leg side. Knight going for that sweep. Got it fine. And it went into the boundary for 4. Bad bowling, bad delivery, and put away nicely. Right.
So Kaisi Knight has been there from the start. So she is understanding the conditions. She knows what Taylor will offer. And after the boundary, take 1 and go. So 5 runs and 2 balls. Taylor in the context, very expensive, yet to complete her 3rd. And already conceding 18 runs.
She's such an experienced cricketer, Stephanie Taylor. Has been around for ages, playing regional cricket since I was made to understand since she's 11 years of age. So, you know, I think her team would have been expecting a little bit more from her in terms of her bowling today.
One thing we must take note of, extras in this inning so far, 0. When Barbados were bowling, just 16, well 15 extras.
I'm not sure that's 0. There's been a few wides.
Well, I'm wondering
You
what's
have to
happening.
be careful
10,
with that
10 actually.
scoreboard. Oh, I now understand. You see, you like to see zeros.
0 has no value. 15 overs gone, 68 for the loss of 1. So after the boundary and the single, Taylor finished nicely.
Yeah, she came back well and finished that over 4 dot deliveries, but the damage was done up front. So she needs to tighten. She needs to come and tighten. She needs to support Howell a bit more. Howell, from this end, has bowled very well. She's completed 4 overs. She's got 1 for 9. That's excellent stuff, but they need that support from the other end.
This is over number 16. Double shot and looking to just defend it. And how she pushed hard at it. She was winding up for a big shot and eventually offered the bat.
I think what happened to her, the ball was pitched and it turned away from her. She was going one and the ball was going the other way. And she ended up reaching for that one. And lucky, really not to have hit that into the extra cover's hand.
This time playing it on the front foot. Watching the ball onto the bat this time.
Howell continues to plug away outside that off stump, not giving her a lot of room to play her shots, not bowling anything straight for her to sweep either. Good stuff. She's having a big swing, and how did that miss the stump? I think it might have just gone over the stump, probably hit the foot marks, got a little bounce. Just beating the off stump.
Well flighted.
Beating the off stump. Nicely flighted.
Yeah, just enough
beating the
turn.
off stump. Well bowled by Howell again.
Flighted again. So this is an excellent over so far. Kaisia Knight has been there for a long time, trying her best to get runs from Howell. Howell will have none of it. This time we'll get some runs through the offside. Feel a cover on the boundary, comes around at Waysome. And we'll get 2 runs to end the 16th over. So after 16, the target 120, which means 50 runs required from 60 deliveries. Barbados 70 for 1.
Another good over from, as a matter of fact, an excellent over from Howell, bowling just outside the off stump, making the batter play and maybe just missing out and getting that wicket in that over as Kaisia Knight was looking to heave one over long on, missed it and just missed the off stump. As my good friend John Ramsing leaves me this afternoon, probably for the last time in this venue, and we'll have my countryman from Maikoni, Mr. Inderjeet Prasad, who will come and join me, my very good friend Inderjeet. Good afternoon to you. And this game certainly not really over by a long way, with 10 overs still to go.
Yes, hello to you, Clyde. Hello to listeners. And starting the 17th over with a wide and a little bit more dot balls can create another scenario. But the 2 Knight sisters, they're doing a fine job out in the middle.
Yes, I would admit that they are. I think the problem with Jamaica has been that nobody has really supported Howell. Howell has bowled exceptionally well. She's bowled 5 overs for 11 runs and has taken a wicket. But there has not been that sort of pressure from the other end. The pressure has been released a lot from the other end. So that's not giving her this kind of support that she needs.
Yes, Clyde, I do agree with you. I was actually out of the commentary box, away from the glasses in the open atmosphere, and I watched her bowl. I mean, it was amazing with the line and length that she consistently sent the ball down. Amazing bowling, irregardless what happened here. She has done a terrific job.
Yeah, and Morgan has now come back into the attack and has bowled a couple of good deliveries. You know, she's got to keep that pressure on. You cannot release the pressure. And maybe as well, the captain, I thought, yes, Watson bowled too well earlier on, but she's come back and bowled well, and maybe she was the one you should have brought in, because you don't want the game to get away from you either. I mean, she tried herself, but she hasn't been bowling well in this game. And maybe Watts may have been the person, but I think when Howell finished, Watts would come from this end, and maybe we'll see whether she can tighten up back things and keep things tight from this end. Again, that little misfeel in the field. And we have seen Jamaica do this so many times today and give away that extra run. And I think that's taking pressure off the batting side, and that's what Barbados did exceptionally well in the field. They saved a lot of runs in the field, while Jamaica has just leaked those runs.
And this is a lovely looking shot onto the back foot and cut away. This is going to go down towards the fine third man boundary for 4. That was beautifully played. Look at the replay there. Short, she knows where the gap was, found it, and gets the boundary. This is going to free up the pressure.
Well, again, you see, she bowled 4-5 good deliveries, and then bowled that last delivery, bad delivery, right outside the off stump, trying to go for the quicker delivery, right outside the off stump. And Knight was across and cut it nicely past the short third man on the backward point and got 4 runs for it. So good batting, good thinking, not trying too many things. I think what happened in that over as well, the Knights were trying to go across the wicket to hit the mid wicket, so she probably decided I was going to bowl wide and a little quicker. Instead of bowling that, she should have bowled quicker but straight.
And you've made a very good observation there, because Knight was looking to go way outside the line of the off stump, down the leg side, and maybe that's the reason why she sprayed it wide. So Howell continues. There's a big shot that's gone away down towards the field on the mid-wicket boundary. Good feeling out there, and a good return as well. And the equation has come down now to a required run rate of 4.64, 79 for the loss of 1, 41 runs from 53 balls. That boundary in the previous over just free things up a little. Oh no, and the keeper is missing this one. This is going to run close down towards the boundary rope, and a little bit of a football with the Jamaicans. The Reggae boys, they're good at football. And the fielder running away and doing a little bit of a footwork there.
That's 3 runs actually. She actually hit that. She was looking to sweep maybe a little square. That's maybe the first bad delivery we've seen from Howell. And I think that's a little because of a little pressure deciding, well, maybe I have to try and take a wicket. So she went a little straighter. And Knight was equal to it and swept it down to fine leg and got 3 runs.
She's back where she started, right on target, sending the left-handed, that's Kishona Knight, onto the back foot. And it's amazing that the Knights have taken over the daylight here at the stadium. They're doing a great service to their country so far. And just look at that drive. Lovely looking shot, reaching to the pitch of the delivery and stroking it down towards the long off.
Isn't that typical of Jamaica? Did you see how Howell went down to stop that? Very casual. Not probably deciding, there's no need for me to try and stop this 1 run. They're going to get too easy here as this one is worked out on the onside. Well run again by the 2 Knights. Steps. From the time that was hit, they realized that the fielder was deep. The wicketkeeper had to run from behind the stumps. and she ran for 2. It was well played as well. She went back and just worked it on the onside.
And that's good cricket to watch, just knowing where the scoring opportunities are and you play in those directions. And a simple shot, no danger resulting in 2. Much better lined delivery.
Howell has completed her 6 overs. One bowler allowed 6 overs, and Howell was the one who was entrusted with bowling that 6. I think at the start of the innings, she may not have been the one who would have bowled 6, but she's bowled so well. And now she has bowled 6 overs, 18 runs, 1 wicket, and that last over is probably her most expensive one as well. So as we look at the dressing room, and you can see the 2 flags up there, Barbados and Jamaica flag, and which one you think would be happier at the moment?
Well, I think the one that shows the broken trident there, that's going to be extremely happy so far. Jamaica, on the other hand, they just might be thinking, hey, we need another wicket, and if we can get the 2 nights, it might be a little dark for Barbados.
Ryan Hines there, their coach, really trying to work things up with the players, trying to ensure that they win this one.
And that's another cheeky single. So good awareness level. And Ryan Hines, you rightly said, I was out there very, very chirpy, shouting advices to his team.
I was actually telling John earlier how well the Knights would run between the wickets. And because they know each other from a long, long, long time. Well, from the time they were born. Eh?
Yes, exactly. I'm not too sure which one came into the world at first. Could not have been together.
Definitely not. But certainly their running has been good between the wickets. They understand each other. I'm sure they've played a lot of cricket with each other in the backyard, in the streets, on the beach. So they know each other well.
Yes, brilliant running between the wickets. And those 2 flags, one certainly will be fluttering with the victory. One out of the 2 from here on, it looks as though it's going to be Barbados one. That's a broken trident. And you look at the Barbados team, Clyde. If we shall compare them with the others, I think the Barbados team has been the fittest in the entire competition. Their running between the wickets has been excellent in all the matches. Their fielding has been excellent as well. And when you look at them going about their paces and doing the warming up prior to the games, they put a lot of seriousness into that.
Yes, they do. And shouldn't the coaches be given some credit for this as well?
Of course.
I think when you see how the coaches work with them in the field, I'm not going to knock any coach from any part of the world or anywhere, but what I'm saying, it certainly shows this is a full toss that has swung away, pass long on. This is going into the boundary, 4 runs. Bad delivery, but given the treatment.
Yes, no place for full tosses at this level of cricket. They're going to be put away, especially by the Knight sisters, who are well set out in the middle. And that was Kishana Knight getting the full toss and cracking it away for 4.
I was saying I'm not going to knock any coach or anything, but you see the difference with the coaches that has the experience in terms of they've played for years. They understand cricket. And when you see them working in the mornings and how they warm up, even at half times and things like that, yes, I think you see the difference between coaches that has been there, done this, done that, and the other coaches. This is another full toss, but unable to put it away.
Yes, certainly. I mean, we are here day after day watching at the game, every facet of it. And certainly this Barbados team, they have come up trumps so far. Looks really good. And this is all about hard work, and it is paying off for them.
Another short delivery outside the off stump. Banging out to the point position. Picks up an easy single. And certainly no support in terms of the bowlers. They haven't bowled in tandems. They Howell locked up one end, but she didn't get that support from the other end. None of the bowlers was able to come from that far in the northern end and keep things tight and give her the sort of support that she needed.
Yes, too many deliveries outside the line of the leg stump or outside the line of the off stump that release the pressure. At one stage when Haley Matthews fell, you thought then that Jamaica, they did a good job in a few overs. After then, the Knight sisters open up.
I'm going to leave you for, well, I'm going to leave you. This is going to be my last stint. It was nice working with you guys, and I'm going to allow Matthew Kissoon, Pastor Matthew Kissoon, to take us home.
Thank you, Clyde Butts, for gracing the commentary box. You have done a splendid job. We have drawn from his experience, and it's always good to have the senior men around you. A pleasure working with Clyde Butts. Short and tugged away out through backward square. And another single there to Kishonna Knight. That will take the score now on to 93 for the loss of 1 wicket. As I say, hello and good afternoon to Pastor Kissoon.
Hi, Indar. Good afternoon to you. Everyone following the game. Looks like it's going to be a clinical victory for Barbados.
And as we look at our screen there, this one is edged away out towards the boundary. Does it get there? Yes, it has, and that's going to be 4 runs. So once again, the runs coming very freely as the scoreboard goes on to 97 for 1. That's Marisa Aguilera. I think she's the technical director of women's cricket in Trinidad and Tobago, former captain of the West Indies team, and what a fine player she was in her days.
And a lovely half-century to Kaisia Knight as well. Coming up in the 20th over, she is showing her class, showing her worth, and why she belongs in the West Indies side. So 23 runs in 40 balls needed. But these two girls have been clinical. They've put together a lovely partnership so far. And very compact players. Very compact. Milking the ball around for runs. Ball coming on to bat nicely. Timing the ball well. Good shots through the offside, through the leg side, through mid-wicket area.
And that's a good delivery. Lots of bounce off the pitch this time. And a quicker one by Watts as well. She bowled brilliantly in this tournament. But coming into the final, you have to draw from all your reserves. Hasn't done badly. Another good delivery right on target. Quicker through the air as well.
It's all about good batting.
And our policemen there, they have been here at this ground on a daily basis. And look at them, concentrating on the game. I see one with a phone, no doubt, watching the live stream. And we want to thank them for keeping security and keeping it well for all of us.
50 from 64 balls. Kaisia Knight, 14 from 25. Kishonna Knight. And with Barbados after 20 overs, 97 for 1. In a very, very strong position to retain their title or to hold on to their title in the CG United Super 50 Cup tournament. It's been nice working with you two, Indar, as we come down to the end, and all my other colleagues, John Ramsing, Mikawanya Yisrael, Clyde Butts, the veteran, as you would say, very experienced, but I've enjoyed the season of cricket here with watching these ladies play. And I'm sure everyone listening and following around would have
yes,
enjoyed
and look at that
well.
on the outskirts of the National Stadium. Lots of greeneries. And we always say, if natural beauty is your idea of paradise, Guyana is the place to indulge.
For sure. That's for sure.
So the equation, 23 runs required of 36 deliveries. And it has been a long but entertaining tournament. We have seen everything. We have seen sunshine. We have seen the rain. Louch out, she's gone. Well, that has to be leg before. Was coming down the track there. That's a Kishonna Knight. And Chinel Henry gets her. So the second wicket going down for Barbados. They're 97 for the loss of 2. Is it a little bit too late, or are we going to see a twist and turn like the Demerara River to the western part of the ground?
You can never can tell. You never can tell. But the way it looks at this stage, they've still got to get Kaisia Knight out if they're going to win this game, because she's batting well, 50 from 64. But to have picked up a wicket now would certainly make the Jamaica team feel a little bit more confident. They've picked up 2, but we were in the 21st over. It's 97. They need 23 and 35 balls. They can bring it down close if they're able to contain the other batter coming out. And next thing you know, balls are used up, no runs. Then it comes down to a nice finish, you know,
Well,
with a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I think Barbados, they have what it takes here. No nervousness whatsoever. Play every ball in its merit. There are more balls to be bowled than runs required. 23 runs of 35 balls. So still Barbados with a great advantage in winning this game against Jamaica. But Matthew, like you rightly pointed out, we have seen so many things happen in cricket.
Ali Allen coming out now, who I really like is a good young cricketer coming up. Good all-rounder. She's a right-hander. And has bowled well in the tournament as well. Has played, 15 ODIs for West Indies. So she's gaining, growing in confidence and experience. It's left up to her and Kaisia Knight to complete the work. Off the mark right away.
And look at the ease in which he played the shot. Just stepped on the back foot, soft hands, dropping away down towards short cover and immediately going through for the single. 98 for the loss of 2. It has been a complete team effort by everybody that Cricket West Indies, got on board, even to the broadcasters. We want to say thanks to CWI. They have streamed every single match to the world, so that, those that can't come to the ground, we are taking our female cricket to their homes. And this is a very good initiative by CWI. Here's a drive, can't pierce the offside field. So it's all round. It has been excellently organized and things have gone well.
For sure. Hats off to CWI. I think the promotion of women's cricket in the Caribbean region, knowing that we've got a reasonably good West Indian women's team that can compete in world cricket against the other women, shows that the cricket is going to improve.
Now that's a brilliant shot, inside out. Didn't get the power she was looking for. That's Kaisia Knight, and she gets 2 more over the top of cover. She will now move on to 52, and that's 100 up for Barbados. They're 100 for 2, 20 runs required from 32 balls. And Matthew, we must never forget the work of our colleague John Ramsing, the guy that ensures that streaming is of the highest quality here from the National Stadium at Providence, getting all these equipment and those technical guys that work along with him as well. Andrew Singh, the scorers, Latif, there's also Ronaldo, many of these guys.
Right.
So John has led by example with professionalism and ensure that everything, they reach the ground before 7 in the morning, maybe 6:30, 6 o'clock. The match scheduled to start at 9:30. That will tell you the commitment of he and his colleagues. Brilliant single once again. Dropping it with short hands. This is sensible cricket as the score moves on to 101 for the loss of 2. 21 overs gone.
Yes, I want to commend John. Very nice guy. Nice spirit. And would reach the ground even before the gates are open. So it just goes to show the commitment from John Ramsing.
Yes, I saw one of those pictures
Yes.
that he posted up, the rain clouds
That's
above.
right.
And the gates weren't open when he was here, he and his team. That simply shows the commitment to get things done, not only done, but done by professionals in a most acceptable manner. Excellent to them.
And CWI has got their eyes on him, of course, not as a cricketer, but as a technical man. He plays a bit of cricket for the Everest Cricket Club in Georgetown.
And also the commentary box there, the John Ramsing commentary box at Everest. That's his club. And he will be on the commentary panel as well, calling the game when Bangladesh come down here to Guyana for that 1 T20 and 3 one-day internationals. So that's another role.
Don't worry, I'll be listening to you guys.
Yeah, so over number 22nd is about to be started. 101 for the loss of 2.
Taylor switched to the Place pavilion end, the captain. She has 2 overs to bowl, 1 for Henry, 1 for Watts, and 1 for Morgan.
Good looking shot once again by Kaisia Knight. Just opened up, give herself a little bit of room, and took the off spinner through extra cover and picking up another single. So no hurry to get to those runs. There's still lots of deliveries to be bowled. 18 runs from 28 balls. Huge advantage here for Barbados. They lost the T20 Blaze title, so this is going to be extremely delightful for them going home with the CG United Super 50 Cup. Now this is what pressure can do, and what should have been just a single turned out to be 2 as a return comes in there from the extra cover position. That ball was played very softly. They took off for the single. The fielder misfield. They capitalized and went back for 2.
Good work by Henry in the end, but the 2 runs taken nicely. Good running between the wickets by these 2 girls. Kaisia Knight has come good today in the finals. Kishana came good in the game against Trinidad when she got a blistering 49, 7 fours and a 6. In that, knocked that short, banged the way through cover. There's a field out on the boundary. And she will send the return 1 bounce to Taylor, 1 more to the total. But Kaisia Knight has come really good today for Barbados, 54 from 70. And has shown why she's so experienced.
Well, they batted brilliantly in their last match, and we were all saying these are dangerous signal for whoever they face in the final. When it's necessary, Barbados has clicked in every department in this final. They have outplayed the Jamaicans. So the 2 batters back in the pavilion. Haley Matthews, 22. Got a beautiful delivery from Howell. 22 overs gone. Barbados 105 for the loss of 2. And Kishana Knight making 14. The 2 of them are back in the pavilion. Taylor, none for 22 from 4 overs. She has led her team well. Improved batting performance by her. That's Taylor. But when you have just 100 and how much? 18 runs on the board. And under the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern system getting 120. You know, that celebration is going to go way into the morning.
Yeah, I think Jamaica would have felt that the rain interruption, which lasted for almost 4 hours, would have done them, you know, wrong in the sense of the game of cricket, of course, because after the first 6 overs, they were what, 12 for 1, I make it, and that in itself would have set them back, knowing that the game reduced to 26 overs aside. But that's what the game of cricket is all about, especially limited overs cricket. And that's 4 good-looking runs to Ali Allen, the right-hander. That's another over from, looks like Morgan, is it? Yes, Jodian Morgan, the spinner. And that was outside the leg stump and flicked away beautifully backward of square for 4. And we're talking with Ali Allen, coming at number 4. They're the top 4 batters in the side. And she's there to do a job, to bring home this title for Barbados, or to ensure that they retain the title consecutively. Of course, we had COVID. Lovely bit of work by Stephanie Taylor at point, dive into her right to save what would have been a couple of runs. Even though Waysome is on the cover boundary, she would have had a bit of work cut out for her, moving to her left.
Yeah, that was brilliant fielding. The skipper setting high standard, had the presence of mind to stretch long and ensuring she saved a few runs. 10 runs required in 22 deliveries and string down the leg side. So another ball will have to be bowled and another extra, another wide.
Morgan none for 31 in her final over, but spirit thought for all the teams that have come here to perform in this competition. They've all done their part. Another quick single taken, pushed out to cover where Vanessa Watts is. So the runs are coming easy. They only need it in singles now, and they're going to win easily nevertheless. 112 for 2 now in the 23rd over. Allen 9 from 5, Knight 55 from 73. So it's going to come down to a matter of a few balls for Barbados to win, and win handsomely as well. But yeah, spirit thought for all the teams. They performed well, given the context of the competition and their strengths and weaknesses. The Windwards put up a nice show yesterday against the Leewards. I think the highest score in the tournament, looking for a quick single that's not on. The return came in. Now they're going to get the run. It hit the stumps, and the bills fell off, and then it went towards backward square. Had to be tidied up out there, but they got the run then. So one more to the total, 112 for 2.
Well, you cannot blame Stephanie Taylor for that. She had to go for the run out. The ball clipped the top of the stumps, elude the keeper. And I think the fielder wasn't aware what's going on in the outfield.
Yeah,
if she was a little bit more alert there, Howell, she could have prevented that single. She did not, and Jamaica and Barbados capitalized.
So they need 7 from 19 balls now.
That's a full toss, struck away, over mid-wicket, out towards the boundary for 4. That's a fine shot by Kaisia Knight. She moves on with that 4 to 59. Can't be bowling full tosses at this juncture in the match.
Make that 3 from 18 balls now, and to win this game easily by 8 wickets when that time comes, if no further wicket falls. But 59 from 74, Allen 10 from 7. Doing her work nicely as a number 4 player. The over comes to an end, 23 gone, 117 for 2, so 3 needed now in 3 overs.
And look there at the Barbados little dressing room. Surely there's an air of happiness there. And you look at the Jamaica side, we aren't seeing too many Jamaicans there, none at all. I think they are in their dugout. At the bottom 2 in the dugout are the Barbadians. And they're going to feel pretty happy. On the other side, Jamaica will feel, you know what, we did well to reach this stage. Today is not our day. You see a little bit of darkness out in the middle, and that's because of the red stand. The roof there is casting some shadows.
Yes, and with 3 runs left. So let's look at it. Jamaica would have picked up the T20 Blaze title. They took it from Barbados. Now Barbados will ensure that they keep the CG United Super 50 Cup in their country. Well played to Barbados overall in the tournament. Good effort from the captain, marshalling our force as well, Haley Matthews. That's cut away. They take the quick single. The return comes in from Taylor at the bowler's end, but they get 1, so 2 needed now. But again, thanks to everyone, those of you who followed live streaming, who've watched, who've been there, totally involved in the tournament. Hats off to all the organizers of the tournament. And
Matthew, I just have some scores here. West Indies against Bangladesh, that second test match at Stumps. West Indies 340 for 5. That's a fine recovery after losing 2 wickets in succession. Brilliant 126 from Kyle Myers. And 126 not out too. He's having a fine tournament, picking up wickets and scoring runs when West Indies needed it.
Right, so scores are level, just 1 to win now, 119 for 2. Kyle Myers is a good player, very good cricketer. He's one of the young men that I admire, and I like the way his career has started.
So let's see what will happen with this delivery. A drive into the onside. They take the single. And the girls from the land of Sir Gary Sobers have retained their CG United Super 50 Cup, defeating Jamaica by 8 wickets. And what jubilation in the Barbados dugout. And they're seating as well in their dressing room. Congratulations to Barbados. They have done a terrific job, winning by 8 wickets. Celebration time.
Night 60, ending the match in fine style. It was Allen who played that shot to mid-wicket to bring home the victory. So winning by 8 wickets on the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern method, with the match reduced to 26 overs and the target being 120. They've done it in fine style. No pressure at all. Matthews went for 22. She did her part, 2 boundaries. And Kishona Knight went for 14. The total was 97 for 2. But all in all, a clinical victory for a better side in the 50-over tournament in the CG United Super 50 Cup. And certainly well-deserved victory for Barbados. 12 extras made up of 11 wides and 1 by, 120 for 2 in 23.4 overs. Chanel Henry 4 overs, no maiden 1 for 22. Vanessa Watts
4.4 overs, no maiden, none for 20. Stephanie Taylor, 4 overs, no maiden, none for 22. Jodian Morgan, 5 overs, no maiden, none for 37. And Corinne Howell, 6 overs, no maiden, 1 for 18. So, Jeet, sum it up for us at the end. Wonderful victory for Barbados, ensuring that the cup stays at home for them, and certainly the better side in the entire tournament. Very clinical, very professional, and well led by a captain who has struck form and has played well, Haley Matthews.
Yes, so what we're witnessing out in the middle there are handshakes and high five. Congratulations. The Jamaicans are saying to Barbados. Barbados will say to them, thank you and hard luck. Better wishes next time. Well, Jamaica won the toss this morning. We've seen the fluctuating weather condition here. They thought they were going to play a full 50 overs. Rain intervened twice. Long stoppages. The match was reduced to 26 overs. And Jamaica came out. They lost wicket frequently. But their skipper, Stephanie Taylor, brought them back in the game. And after their 26 overs, they managed 118. And under the Duckworth and Lewis turn method, the Barbadian had to get 120. Brilliant start by Kaisia Knight and Haley Matthews. When Haley went, Kishona Knight came out, and the two Knight sisters, they batted reasonable well between them, with Kaisia staying there until the end. Sweet victory, well played. Final words from you, Matthew?
Yes, they were short by about 25 runs in that total. They needed about 140 to make a better game of it. But in the end, it came down to wonderful bowling and wonderful fielding from Barbados. Yes, they dropped a few catches, but it didn't cost them much at all. But in the end, better cricket by the Barbados side. They deserve to win this tournament, and they've played good enough to win this tournament here in Guyana. Congratulations to them, congratulations to the management team and all who've worked hard with this Barbadian side to ensure that they could have retained this CG United Super 50 Cup.
Yes, so on behalf of our producer, John Ramsing, Clyde Butts, Matthew Kisoon, Anthony Kemraj, Miku Vanya, Sean Divas, along with our technical men, which was led by Andrew Singh, all our cameramen. We want to say thanks to you guys for having us, and on behalf of all of them, it's goodbye from the National Stadium at Providence. Celebration for Barbados. They are the CG United Super 50 Cup champions 2022. This is Inderjeet Prasad saying thank you for being with us.